Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to have your attention as the opening ceremony of the International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021 is going to be started shortly. We invite to all participants to turn off the camera and turn off the microphone. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Shalom, Namo Buddhaya, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. We would like to extend our warm welcome to the following esteemed guests to Widyatula Meeting Room, the Bali Tourism Polytechnic. His Excellency, Dr. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy Indonesia. His Excellency, Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Muhnur, Rector of University Teknologi Mara Cawangan, Malaka. Her Excellency, Dr. Lilibet Aragon, Dean at Lyceum of Philippine University. The Directors of Tourism Polytechnic under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. The Board of Management at Bali Tourism Polytechnic and the Honorable ladies and gentlemen. Good morning and welcome to Widyatula Meeting Room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. In this nice occasion, let us thank God the Almighty because of His grace and mercy we could gather here together to attend the opening ceremony of the International Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021. Tuesday, April of 8, 2021, that conducted by hybrid system from Widyatula Meeting Room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. My name is Sinta Sulistiani as your MC for today. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first agenda this morning, let's start the conference with a moment of silence for Drs. Igede Ardike, the first director of our institution and the former Minister of Tourism and Culture Indonesia. Ladies and gentlemen, Drs. Igede Ardike is the former Minister of Culture and Tourism for the Republic Indonesia and an Indonesia tourism hero who passed away on the 20 February 2021 after a battle cancer. Drs. Igede Ardike has served twice as the appointment Minister for Culture and Tourism of this Republic Indonesia under two presidential cabinet, Presiden Abdurrahman Wahid and Presiden Megawati Soekarno Putri. During his ministerial, from 2000 until 2004, and throughout his career, he made many lasting contributions to the nation's tourism sector, particularly to sustainable and responsible tourism. Drs. Igede Ardike presented the village-based tourism concept at the United Nations World Tourism Organization. He will always be remembered as the first visionary of tourism village in Indonesia. Drs. Igede Ardike also was calling for foreign nations to help in 2002 to revive Bali tourism industry following the bomb attack. In response to his call, organizations such as the World Tourism Organization and the World Bank were mobilized. We have lost charming, warm, and full of empathy men. Drs. Igede Ardike will always be in our heart. May our beloved friend and former minister be welcomed to the fitting place, united with the Almighty God. Ladies and gentlemen, the following rules of the conference. Please log in with your name. Example, Iwayan Yogi Santika. Please on camera while the conference is held. During the event, it is mandatory to mute your microphone. During the presentation of invited speaker, the participants are not allowed to ask a question. There will be Q&A session after the presentation. The participant will allow to ask the question through the Q&A panel on chat, or you are invited to raise your hand. Participant may enter parallel session through the link based on the session schedule. Participants may join to other session outside on the determined presentation schedule. Certificate will be uploaded to our official website within 7 days after the conference. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda of the ceremony, we are present to you the dance names Sekar Jagat Dance. The dance meaning the flower of the world. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Sekar Jagat Dance. Ladies and gentlemen, that was Sekar Jagat Dance. For the following agenda is National Anthem. For the audience, please stand up. Ladies and gentlemen, we hope you keep standing up. We'll continue with the chanting prayer.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's pray based on our religion. On this beautiful occasion, the chanting prayers I will lead according to the Hindu beliefs. Om Swastiastu. Om Awiganamastu Namo Sidam. Om Aditya Syaparam Jyotir Rakta Teja Namastuti Sweta Pangkaja Madhyaste Bhaskaraya Namastuti. Om Yang Widi, the most gracious and merciful God, bless us in our event, the very first International Hospitality Entrepreneurship Innovation Conference. Om Yang Widi, only you can see in perfect detail in the end of every beginning, every project, every season, and every life. Nothing is ever in vain, for even mistakes and missteps are used for good. Om Yang Widi, thank you for your great love and blessing over our lives. Thank you that your favor has no end, but it lasts for our entire lifetime. We pray that you would make our way purposeful and our footsteps firm out of your goodness and love. Om Dewa Suksema Parama Cintyai Nama Swaha. Om Santi, 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 Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, please have a seat. Ladies and gentlemen, for the following item is delivering report by the Chairman of the Committee of the International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021. Iwayan Yogi Santika, time is yours.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, salam sejahtera bagi kita semua, Shalom, nama budaya, salam kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021. Thank you for the time that given to me. I'm here representing the entire team as chair of committee. I would like to extend our warm welcome to the following esteemed guests. His Excellency Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, the Minister of Tourism and Economic Creative Republik Indonesia. His Excellency Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Muhammad Nur, Rector of University of Technology, Mara. Her Excellency Dr. Lilibet Aragon, Dean at Lyceum of Philippine University, the Director from Tourism Polytechnic under the Ministry of Tourism and Economic Creative, the Board of Management at Bali Tourism Polytechnic, and the honorable ladies and gentlemen that attending this event through online Zoom meeting. INHEC is one of the international conference that organized by students of Bali Tourism Polytechnic in major of Hotel Administration B 2017, where this conference was created by implementing management application. The theme we raised in this first INHEC is refocusing and strengthening the hospitality sector with local wisdom and community in the aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic. In the International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference, we'll be focusing on entrepreneurship strategy discussion to centralize and strengthen the hospitality industry based on local wisdom and culture, which is expected to provide solution to problem in the hospitality industry so that it can be overcome and able to survive the changing tourism and hospitality industry toward a new normal era. INHEC will be divided into two sessions. The first is plenary session, and the second is parallel session. We have 48 papers divided into two forms, namely full paper and extended abstract, which will be presented in 8 parallel session room, with 6 presenters of each room. All papers that present by the presenter will be published in a proceeding book with ISBN number. Publication of the proceeding will be handled by the INHEC committee through the official INHEC website and the official website of Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Ladies and gentlemen, in this great occasion, we would like to give our highest appreciation to our international partner, our University Technology Mara Cawangan Melaka and Lyceum of the Philippine University. Thank you for your cooperation to collaborate with us. In 2021, INHEC proudly introduced our keynote speaker, Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, Professor Dr. Halim Muhammad Nur, and Dr. Lilibet Aragon. And also our invited speakers, Oriol Montal, Niloh Putu Ari Pertami Jelantik, and Professor Marco Paleri, PhD. We also want to give our appreciation to our reviewer, chairperson, and the management of Bali Tourism Polytechnic. On behalf of the organizing committee, we hope that INHEC will be used as a forum for exchanging opinion, thoughtful discussion, and becoming an interesting experience for all participants, so that this conference become an inspiration for other conferences. Ladies and gentlemen, INHEC also supported by several sponsors and media partners. We truly give our thanks to them. Last but not least, I would like to give my big appreciation to our supervisor, Dr. Irene Hana Hasihombing, Nimade Swastini, Idewa Putu Hendri Pramana, and also Igusti Agung Gede Witarsana. Thank you for leading us from zero to hero and push us to make this happen. For my team, thank you for working hard together. Thank you for working together as a team, and believe me as your leader. Phil Jackson said, strength of the team comes from each individual member. The strength of each member is the team. Once again, thank you for becoming the strength of the team. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your kind attention and participation. Please enjoy our conference. Om Santi 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 Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda is welcoming remark delivered by the Director Representative of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, and also officially open this event by hitting the gong. There as Iwayan Mulyana MED, time is yours.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Namo Buddhaya, Shalom. May God bless us all. His Excellency Dr. Haji Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA, MBA, the Minister of Tourism and Economic Creative, Republic of Indonesia, His Excellency Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Muhammad Nur, Rector of University of Technology, Mara, Her Excellency Dr. Lily Beth Aragon, Dean at Lyceum of Philippines University, Honorable Speakers, Mr. Oriol Montal, Multi-Property Vice President of Marriott International and General Manager of Westin Nusa Dua Bali, Ms. Niluh Putu Ari Pertami Jelantik, International Designer and Owner of Jelantik Brand. Distinguished guests and all participants attending this conference, either offline and online. On behalf of Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali, or Bali Tourism Polytechnic, it is a great honor for us to welcome you all to this International Hospitality, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021. Thank you very much for for taking your time between your busy schedule to gather here and share your knowledge, insights, and experience. Ladies and gentlemen, International Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference is part of the project of our students in the Hotel Administration program. And being conducted both online and offline, this conference is a new important agenda in Bali Tourism Polytechnic that can bring innovation and strategy for hospitality and tourism industry. Ladies and gentlemen, in this pandemic situation, we face difficulties to travel. There are several additional health procedures and preparation to ensure everybody's safety. There are also additional considerations as to where, when, and how we should travel. For those reasons, many of us choose to cancel our travel plan, as it is safer for us to stay at home. And in some situations, we are obliged to stay at home. This brings about consequences to the tourism industry because the number of people traveling decreases significantly. Many hotels, restaurants, and attractions close their business. It is sad. However, we have to move on because life must go on. To face these difficulties, we have to be able to innovate, adapt, and collaborate. We have to use our critical thinking and problem-solving skills to produce creativity in finding ways to survive, growing in this situation. When the old ways or the conventional ways do not work, we have to create some innovation. Thus, we could adapt ourselves to the new normal. As the proverb says, instead of cursing the darkness, we should lit a candle. By collaborating with others, thousands or even millions of little candles could brighten the whole world. Ladies and gentlemen, entrepreneurship is one of the hopes we have today. Being an entrepreneur means growing a new lead instead of staying on the closed door. Thus, today's conference will discuss various insights on innovation and entrepreneurship in the hospitality industry. We hope this would be an opportunity to grow and spread a positive and optimistic vibe for us in facing the post-pandemic era. We would like to thank University, Technology, MARA, UITM, Cawangan Malacca, and Lyceum of the Philippines University for the collaboration. So this event could happen. We hope this conference will open new doors of networking, encourage a broader community of discussion and insight sharing. We also would like to express our appreciation to the students who have arranged this event, who have arranged all of this conference. And also, I would like to thank to the management of Bali Tourism Polytechnics, to the head of Hotel Administration Study Program, and all lecturers who have provided guidelines and supervision for our students. As this event is part of our students' learning, we would also like to engage all of the guests, presenters, audiences, to let us know if there are possibilities for improvements. Your feedback will be valuable for our learning. Last but not least, we do hope you have fruitful discussion and knowledge sharing in this conference. And on behalf of the Bali Tourism Polytechnic Management, allow me to open this conference formally. Thank you very much. Om Santi 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 Om. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Good morning.
To open this event, I would like to invite I Gusti Agung Gede Witarsana SST Par MMCHE and Iwayan Yogi Santika to come up to the stage to open this event with their S. Iwayan Mulyana MED. Ladies and gentlemen, by hitting the gong ceremony, the International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021 is officially opened, and we will continue with the photo session. We would like to invite Dr. Moh Yahyadin MM, Igede Dharma Wijaya SPD MAGB CHE, Lanang Tantriawan Sutan, to come up to the stage to have a photo session together. And also for our online participant, we invite to open the camera for the photo session. Okay, let me start. Let me counting by the MC. 1, 2, 3. Once again. 1, 2, 3. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much. Please have a seat.
Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali adalah perguruan tinggi negeri di bawah Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia. Berdiri sejak tahun 1978 dengan visi sebagai pusat unggulan dalam bidang pendidikan tinggi hospitality, kepariwisataan, dan perjalanan di Asia Pasifik. Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali memiliki beberapa program studi, yaitu Program Studi Diploma 3, Manajemen Divisi Kamar, program studi yang mampu mempersiapkan lulusan manajer tingkat menengah yang profesional pada bidang divisi kamar. Manajemen Tata Hidangan, program studi yang mampu mempersiapkan lulusan manajer tingkat menengah yang profesional pada bidang restoran dan bar. Moboga, program studi yang mampu mempersiapkan lulusan manajer tingkat menengah atas setingkat sous chef. Program studi Diploma 4, Administrasi Perhotelan, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional dengan kompetensi pada bidang perhotelan. Manajemen Kepariwisataan bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bidang usaha pariwisata dan badan pengelola kepariwisataan. Manajemen Akuntansi Hospitality bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bidang akuntansi. Manajemen Bisnis Perjalanan bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bidang usaha biro perjalanan. Manajemen Konvensi dan Perhelatan bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bisnis meeting, insentif, convention, exhibition, dan event. Program studi Pasca Sarjana, Magister Terapan Pariwisata, adalah pendidikan terapan lanjutan yang bertujuan untuk mengembangkan mahasiswa menjadi tenaga ahli yang memiliki kapasitas tinggi dalam penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi pada bidang pengelolaan pariwisata dan hospitality. Fasilitas.
For 60 years, University Technology Mara, or UITM, has been the place for acquiring knowledge and developing capabilities. From a training center to now a vast network of universities, UITM has campuses and faculties all over Malaysia. UITM allows for the pursuing of goals and earning a degree in any field of choice, with a mission to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumiputras in all fields of study, through professional programs, research work and community service, while upholding moral values and professional ethics. Nestled amidst the greenery and some of the most scenic areas in the country, each university campus is strategically located in places where their presence inevitably provides an economic boost to the local community. UITM pledges to provide maximum opportunities to pursue professionally recognized programs of study in science, technology, industry, business, arts and humanities. University Technology Mara offers quality education at all levels of study, from foundation to postgraduate. The university has always been at the forefront in science and technology as well as in management. It is a place where talent, skills and excellence are nurtured. UITM has a mission to empower the indigenous people through the provision of higher education in accordance with Article 153 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution and Act 173 University Technology Mara Act 1976. Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong is the Chancellor of UITM by virtue of his status as the King, as provided for by the law. UITM has established 8 centers of excellence and 1 high COE to enhance the scholastic, creative and innovative capabilities of the university, as well as to facilitate and manage research and development. To complete the teaching and learning activities at UITM, the university has made available modern and contemporary facilities such as the UITM Stadium, the house of UITM FC. With a capacity of 6,000, the stadium is the heart of soccer and it has played host to an international match in 2009. UITM also has an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the use of students and staff. The pool is also open to public on certain days. Built in 1972, Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak, or the Pita Library, has grown by leaps and bounds, housing thousands of international titles for all programs of study. Students' participation in extracurricular activities is highly encouraged and supported by the university. These activities would not only equip students with soft skills, but also train them to be balanced and holistic individuals to meet global requirements. As the largest public university in Malaysia, University Technology Mara has produced thousands of alumni who are successful individuals in their disciplines. They are award winners, innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders in both the government and private sectors. UITM honors its alumni by engaging them to establish smart partnerships resulting in strategic alliances. The alumni also gives back in areas such as academic improvements, charity work, and fundraising. University Technology Mara, Usaha Takwa Mulia.
it's a passion that involves all the senses. See, smell, hear, touch, taste. And it's a passion that drives you. The culinary arts. Wouldn't it be great to start a career of doing what you love to do at a place you would love to cook in? Step inside the doors of the LPU Culinary Institute. We've got something cooking for you. Fully furnished modern kitchen facilities, the likes of which are found in the top restaurants around the world. Who wouldn't want to get his hands dirty cooking up a signature dish or an award-winning pastry in this kind of place? Imagine an entire building dedicated to your education of the ins and outs of the culinary world. LPU Culinary Institute is also open to companies and groups interested in holding their functions and events using its modern facilities. You spend enough time practicing here, you'll basically become a culinary pro in no time. Of course, equipment, no matter how state-of-the-art, is only as useful as the person who uses it. That is where LPU Culinary Institute faculty come in. With many years of combined experience in some of the most highly regarded restaurants, hotels, and bake shops locally and abroad, you will have as mentors the country's best culinary minds and talents. After all, to become a culinary master, you need to learn from one. Embarking on a successful culinary arts career requires a combination of technique and instinct, of science and art. Professional Culinary Arts Diploma. Learn the theory, practice, and art of cooking in just 8 months. This is an intensive curriculum that enables students to enter the culinary profession in as short as 72 days. And with a size of no more than just 16 students to a class, you are sure to get a full hands-on experience. Professional Baking and Pastry Arts Diploma. Global in scope, the program draws on baking and pastry traditions from Europe, the Americas, and Asia. Even a novice baker can become a full-fledged pastry artisan in just 8 months at the LPU Culinary Institute. For recreational foodies, the LPU Culinary Institute has a number of short courses to help elevate culinary skills. All LPU Culinary Institute programs hone techniques and refine tastes. Those who come to learn here step out with discriminating and educated palates, understanding various cuisines and food genres. But most of all, those who go to LPU Culinary Institute get to have an exciting learning experience, mastering unique techniques, appreciating wonderful ingredients, and discovering the multifaceted world that is the culinary arts. So go ahead, take that next step. Ask about the LPU Culinary Institute and start your next great culinary adventure.
Lyceum of the Philippines University develops shapers of the world, innovators, visionaries, and effective leaders. This is where we transform you. A university founded by a leader.
Established in 1952 through the ideals and philosophy of former President Jose P. Laurel, Veritas et Fortitudo, Prodeo et Patria, succeeded by the principles of Dr. Sotero H. Laurel. A university proud of its long and rich tradition of academic excellence.
Students in LPU not only learn in their classrooms, but also engage in research, community extension, and cultural exchange programs.
LPU is the first university in the Philippines to be granted full international accreditation for Hospitality and Tourism Education by the International Center of Excellence, an Australian-based accrediting agency. Awarded as Centers of Excellence in Hospitality Management and Tourism Programs by the Commission on Higher Education, and is the first recipient in the Philippines Center of Excellence 4 stars in the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management.
We have the most number of ASEAN Master Trainers and Assessors who provided valuable inputs to its curriculum, making its programs compliant with ASEAN Mutual Recognition Agreement and Services.
Our industry-immersed roster of faculty is equipped with teaching excellence and dedication to quality of service.
Technical Education and Skills Development Authority competencies are embedded in the curricula where the national certifications for various subjects are integrated.
Through strong partnerships and linkages to more than 500 industry partners, students are given opportunities to travel and study abroad for their internship programs in Asia, North America, Europe, and Australia. With a wide variety of linkages, we provide students with alternatives to work in hotels, cruise line companies, resorts, restaurants, airlines, travel agencies, and other tourism-related establishments in the country.
Is helping you with build strength of character.
To reach your full potential,
In achieving lifelong dreams,
choose LPU, take the lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are going to have the keynote speech session. For the first keynote speech, will be delivered by Dr. Hasandiaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, the Minister of Tourism and Creative Economy Indonesia, with the topic Developing Innovation of Entrepreneurship to Increase the Economic Growth of the Community in the Middle of the Pandemic.
Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Shalom, Om Swastiastu, Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan, salam sehat, salam hormat, salam Indonesia maju, penuh semangat. Greetings to you all. The hospitality industry has undergone tumultuous changes since last year due to the COVID-19 pandemic. The business also has to face competitive pressures, shifting consumer preferences and consumption patterns, technological advances, consolidations, price discounting, and new distribution channels. To cope with these changes and pressures, we have to innovate. Creating a new product or process is not enough. The innovative firm must also understand how to market it, transforming ideas into services or products that customers want. In my opinion, entrepreneurship is a mindset. A mindset should be cultivated consciously by developing our sensitivity. As an entrepreneur, we must be highly keen, fully aware of the things around us, and manage our awareness fully. An entrepreneurial orientations or an entrepreneur should also be on the lookout for problems faced by people and be able to find solutions. Amidst the pandemic, you still can be a great entrepreneur as long as you use the opportunities wisely. There are 3 values that you can utilize to revive, which are adapting, innovating, and collaborating. I'm fully aware that we have great challenges and great opportunities at the same time. It is a must for us to strengthen our cooperations and collaborations hand in hand to support the ecosystem for better economic growth for the community and of the community in the future. Good luck and may God bless all of us. Terima kasih. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Om Shanti, Shanti, Shanti Om.
thank you very much for Dr. Hassan Diaga Salahuddin Uno, BBA MBA, to deliver his speech. So as he mentioned that we still can be the best entrepreneurship in this situation, and we need to have our innovate and create the new product in this situation. Ladies and gentlemen, we will coming up with the second keynote speaker. I would like to invite Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Muhnur, Rector of University Technology Maracawangan Malacca, with the topic Adjusting Hospitality Business Approaches in the Pandemic Situation. Good morning, Professor Dr. Abdul Halim. Well, ladies and gentlemen, here is our second keynote speaker. He is Rector of University Technology Maracawangan Malacca, one of our international partner for this event. Good morning, Professor. Hope you're doing well.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you.
Alhamdulillah.
Hope you're doing well for today. Are you ready to deliver your speech?
Yeah, inshallah.
Okay. Professor Dr. Abdul Halim, the Zoom is yours.
Okay. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera and a very good morning. Distinguished participants, ladies and gentlemen, it is a great honor for me to deliver on behalf of the University Technology Mara, UITM Malaysia, a keynote speech today at the International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference, first in height. I would like to first congratulate Bali Tourism Polytechnic for organizing this event. Thank you also for inviting UITM as a partner in this international conference. For information, UITM and Bali Tourism Polytechnic have signed an MOU agreement in 2019 together with 5 other tourism schools and polytechnics in Indonesia. We are now in the process of planning and coordinating various other activities to strengthen this smart partnership. I do hope this event will be a starting point for more collaborations in the future between UITM and Bali Tourism Polytechnic and other partners. If not for this pandemic, we should be presenting in Bali right now. So we pray that this pandemic will end soon and we can really go to actual tourism, inshallah. So I would like to share my screen. Okay. Tourism and hospitality were one of the Asia's fastest growing industries before the pandemic. As the air transportation industry became more liberalized, low-cost airlines emerged to provide low-cost flights, and visa requirements became more welcoming. Further easing travel, other than that, sustained economic and political stability also contributed to the industry expansion. For example, Malaysia was known as one of the prominent health destinations among Southeast Asian medical tourists. Malaysia also has been suggested to be one of the most favorable convention destinations owing to strategic location within Southeast Asia due to competitive exchange rate and metropolitan cities, beaches, hills, and island resorts that are ideal for pre- and post-convention tours. Besides that, the tourism industry has been a major economic driver to Indonesia, and this was contributed to the high number of international visitors, especially from China and Australia. The country was prevalent due to its cultural and heritage attributes. Indonesia has been recognized as the top 20 wellness tourism market for many years. Complementary and alternative medicines, wellness treatments, and jamu are also known as the main wellness attraction in the country. For instance, Bali beautiful landscape, which include paddy fields, beaches, and mountains have attracted large number of luxury hotels and resorts that not only provide hospitality services but also spa facilities. Malaysia also has a lot of potential in the growing halal tourism market. However, all this can only be enjoyed before the arrival of the pandemic. The health outbreak of COVID-19 has an immense effect on the wide range of different industries. The slump in outbound expenditure has done some serious damage to many service providers, particularly affecting the tourism industry. The World Tourism and Travel Council, WTTC, predicts that COVID-19 would cause a major loss, at least $22 billion to the travel and tourism industry in 2020 alone. If you look at the economic impact of COVID-19, okay, ladies and gentlemen, as demonstrated by decrease in tourist flows, disruption in air traffic, and a decline in consumer and business trust, the pandemic has caused immediate disruption in many economic activities. In order to contain the virus, some countries implemented lockdowns, population quarantines, stay-at-home orders, temporary business closures, and travel bans or prohibitions, lower international inflows, lower job rates, and as a result, a sharp economic downturn as a result from the suspension of travel activities. As been shown in the slide, we have a lot of revenue loss before MCO in Malaysia. Okay, the tourism industry is lost 75.69 million, but during MCO it has increased revenue loss to 560.72 million, and average occupancy rates in hotels fall to 11%. Very worrying. This is lower than break-even, which is around 40%. Similarly, as for air travels, okay, we found that airline industry faced an estimated $3.32 billion loss in revenue. Okay, some airlines have drastically reduced their staffs, cutting down number of flights, laying off pilots and related services. In 2019 alone, passenger traffic declined 34.4% year-on-year to February 29, 2019, 8.15 million. Okay. And due to this MCO, due to this COVID-19, okay, it is estimated growth of total passenger in 2019 has declined by 12%. Okay. Meanwhile, for household retails, according to Malaysian Digital Association, there is a significant growth. Most of us who are being forced to lockdown, restricted movement. Okay. This is probably the silver lining. Okay. Online transaction has increased in the third week of March, for example, as compared in the first weeks of the month. Okay. Jaya Grocer and Happy Fresh, a grocery service, has registered a 600% increase in their revenue, while Maidin, one of the popular store in Malaysia, okay, has increased of 40% in their online transaction. Similarly with Tesco, also registered a 450% increase in their online transaction. However, travel agencies face a difficult period during this pandemic COVID-19. They face potential liability of around $500 million from customers seeking compensation, okay, regardless of cancellation and refund process of various service providers. Okay. Many customers or would-be travelers have made many bookings, but they cannot be realized, they cannot be materialized, and they have to refund significant number of these bookings. Okay. While MATA, Malaysia Association of Travel Agents, projected a total of 150 million ringgit losses during school holidays due to COVID-19 outbreak. Out of this, a total of 52.5 million worth of potential loss for Umrah travel. Until now, although many are hoping to perform Umrah and Hajj, the scenario is not, although they are probably only limited numbers will be able to continue or to make the journey for Umrah and for Hajj. Travel agent also has potential of $100 million loss in outbound travel during 2 weeks May school holidays of last year. Okay. Meanwhile, for cultural, sport and recreation, okay, they also face similar predicament as in other industries. During the section on movements, all the businesses which are considered as non-essential, including sports, social and activities, are required to shut down temporarily. Okay? And this really affect the businesses, those who work in these industries, loss of income, loss of customers. Although government have come up with a plan to subsidize that or to give incentive, their government replace income with fund for those who temporarily lost their job. Okay? But these are the amount received as not enough compared to the salary that they are lost when they were working. The closure of the business operation affected total revenue of the company. Some companies have totally shut down because they are totally rely on their customers, their direct customers, which cannot visit them due to the lockdown and temporary closure instructed by the government. Furthermore, the declining number of arrivals also affected all businesses related to cultural, sport, and recreation. We found that many hotels, in fact, in Malacca, quite a number of hotels, big hotels, have shut down. Okay? And many chalets, homestays, also have temporarily shut down, okay, due to this pandemic. Okay? While food and beverages, okay, they are allowed to open during MCO, but with new norms. Okay? Limited number of customers can be served, limited number of customers can dine in, and some are not allowed to dine in, just only take aways. For the second phase of MCO, all businesses are allowed to operate between 8 a.m. and up to 8 p.m. No more 24 hours restaurant, 24 hours fast food. Okay? These all are temporarily stopped right now. Okay? For the way forward, okay, in order to mitigate the effect of COVID-19, okay, government has taken proactive action. Okay, government has included a stimulus package up to October 2020. Okay, 3 economic stimulus packages with a total of 280 billion have been announced by the Malaysian government to mitigate the economic risk arising from the COVID-19 pandemic. This demonstrates the commitment of the government in prioritizing the well-being of nation's citizens while also ensuring the survival of business impacted by COVID-19. On 27 February 2020, the first 20 billion ringgit economic stimulus package was introduced to mitigate impact of the COVID-19 outbreak and reinvigorate the growth of Malaysian economy. Next, the government announced another Prihatin Right package on March 27, 2020. The Prihatin stimulus package was of a total 250 billion ringgit. Is expected to boost GDP growth by about 2.8% in 2020. On April 6, 2020, on April 6, 2020, the Malaysian government announced an additional 10 billion allocation to help companies, especially small and medium enterprises. Okay. The aim of the assistance to improve the nation's economy by encouraging quality investment, such as aid companies with cash flows problem, provide incentive to promote private investment, leverage public investment, assist affected individuals, and boost demand for domestic travel and tourism. In fact, the initiative taken by government is to assist all sections of the economy, from the producer to the retailer to the consumer. Okay. All these need to be assisted so they can bear with the current pandemic COVID-19 effect. As far as expansion of domestic travel efforts, tourism recovery effort must be designed with an ongoing pandemic in mind. Okay, the new norms now that must be have in all our plans. How to mitigate this COVID-19 issues. Understanding the position of domestic tourism promotion in assisting destination with ongoing crisis and negative implications in reducing availability, especially and building resilience is important. The Malacca state government has introduced a campaign, Malaccan Visit Malacca, during the recent implementation of the conditional movement control order to assist local tourism practices. Since in Malaysia, okay, we are also limited by where we can visit. Okay. One of the limitations is that we can only be in our states. Okay, so in order to boost tourism in Malacca, for example, okay, the Malacca government encourage its citizens to visit various tourism product in Malacca. This program has moved to the third phase and is aimed to attract 6.2 million tourists to tourism packages offered in Malacca packages, which will be held until to the end of this year. With COVID-19 causing a drop in occupancy rate, hoteliers are searching for new ways to make use of their properties. Work from hotel packages have been launched by many hotels chains across the country, offering welcome change for those who tired of working from home. The Hyatt was one of the first major hotel chains to offer a work from a hotel program. Because of the positive feedback and popularity, the chain expanded the program from about 25 properties to more than 90 hotels in their portfolio. The tourist behavior will shift drastically due to the pandemic. They will travel shorter distance and avoid congested areas. Domestic travel in many countries has recently resumed. The community-based tourism destination will become popular vacation spots for most travelers due to these factors. Domestic travel, on the other hand, has never been a big market for community-based tourism because of the similar culture and way of life. But if the community can offer something more in-depth or the same thing with new perspective, it will have a better chance of attracting domestic tourists. For example, Bali is popular with its culture, heritage, wellness, and entertainment destination for both local and international tourists. To promote a new niche, community-based tourism product in Bali, a seaweed farming package can be introduced since many locals started to resume that as a job to support their household economy. Okay. There is no doubt that travel experience has changed since the emergence of COVID-19. However, we are learning to adapt. While attractions, hotels, restaurants, and other hospitality establishments are taking additional precautions, there are many things that individual can do to be responsible travelers during COVID-19. As a traveler, each individual has to monitor his or her health condition. If you have COVID-19 symptoms such as fever, sore throat, or cough, avoid traveling until you feel better. Social distance is essential for reducing the spread of coronavirus and is even more important to maintain when traveling. The WHO recommends that people keep at least 1 meter apart, though some countries, including the United Kingdom, recommend 2 meters. The goal is to keep the virus from spreading through direct contact. If you are on a popular beach or in a busy city center and find it difficult to keep a distance, it's a good idea to seek a quieter location where the risk of coronavirus are likely to be lower. Wear a mask, wash your hands, and carry hand sanitizer. Wearing a face mask has been shown in studies to reduce the risk of virus infection by 50% to 85%. Do remember to wash your hands regularly, frequently, and bring hand sanitizer with you, especially after using trains, taxis, and buses, as well as after eating out. There are many other preventive protocols required to ensure safe traveling activities, as responsible individuals, we should not take all these dues lightly because they will bring harm to us in the longer term if we avoid them. That concludes my presentation today. I genuinely hope that subject discussed will have favorable impact on all audiences. Thank you very much for your kind attention, and I wish to see everyone in Malacca soon. For now, stay healthy and travel safely. Thank you. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Muhnur. Ladies and gentlemen, also the online participant, please give applause to our second keynote speaker. So as what the rector mentioned, that we believe that hospitality business can make our hospitality industry great again, and also through the way forwards that explaining before stimulus package of the government, expansion of domestic travel efforts, and also responsible from the travelers. Thank you very much for Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Muhnur, Rector of University Teknologi Mara Cawangan Malaka. Ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with the last keynote speaker. I would like to invite Dr. Lilibeth Aragon, Dean of Lyceum at Philippine University, with the topic Innovation and the latest trend of business opportunities during recession with COVID-19. Good morning, Dr. Beth.
Yes, mabuhay and good morning from the Philippines. And of course, first, let me congratulate the organizers of this international conference, the first International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference, or INHIC, with the theme, Refocusing and Strengthening the Hospitality Sectors with Local Wisdom and Community in the Aftermath of the COVID-19 Pandemic. Indeed, this is a very significant topic, not only for the three countries present here this morning, but throughout the world. And of course, we laud the organizers and the co-organizers of this big event, Bali Tourism Polytechnic, of course, the University Technology Mara, and Indonesia's Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy, and of course, the Lyceum of the Philippines, University Manila. I would also like to acknowledge our keynote speakers, Dr. H. Sandiaga Salahuddin Uno, the Director and Chairman of each PTNP under the Ministry of Tourism and Creative Economy. We also have Professor Dr. Abdulrahman Halim bin Mod Noor, Director of the University Technology Mara, Shalam, Cawangan, Malacca, Malaysia. Dr. Ida Bagus Putpuha, Director of Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Of course, Dr. Amirosa Ria Sadiaji, Director for Cooperation Team Student Affairs. Of course, Sinta, and to the whole organizing committee of this wonderful conference. I would also like to greet the hundreds of students, faculty members, and administrators coming from the different countries of the Philippines, Malaysia, and also Indonesia, and of course the rest of the world attending this conference. Please allow me to share my screen right now. Thank you very much. And of course, in relation to the theme, I will be discussing this morning the innovation and latest trends of business opportunities during recession with COVID-19. And to the more than 400 students present in this platform, I hope that you will capture a lot of learning opportunities for this session. And the scope of my presentation would revolve on the following: the global tourism and hospitality businesses, services and experiences, the role of innovation, the impact of the pandemic, the changing consumer behavior, industry shift, competition, is it an ally or a foe, business trends, updates and strategies for recovery. And of course, all of us know and we appreciate that tourism has been regarded as a sector with the highest potential to create inclusive growth through employment generation and economic development in remote areas across different countries. So this is not exclusive to the ASEAN region, but globally, this is true. In fact, according to the World Travel and Tourism Council, travel and tourism industry is currently among the largest and fastest growing industries worldwide, forecasted to support 328 million jobs or 10% of the world's workforce by 2022. Take a look at the time frame or the year. However, COVID-19 pandemic cut at least 50 million jobs worldwide in the travel and tourism industry. Asia, of course, is one of the hard-hit regions because tourism is a major industry in all of Asia. And it is predicted that once the outbreak is over, it could take up to 10 months for the industry to recover. And considering that, we have to remember or recall that the tourism industry currently contributes 10% of global GDP. And so the big questions would be, how do we cope with the crisis now? What opportunities does this crisis create? What can be done to anticipate crises in the future and prepare for them? And how do we remain competitive during the times of pandemic? And the biggest question would be, when will COVID-19 end? If anyone would know the answer, you can post it in the chat box, but I think no one would know the exact answer to the biggest question of this century. And of course, we cannot wait until it ends. We cannot remain dormant. We cannot stagnate. We have to move on and we have to cope. Because as we know, resiliency is the main currency of this pandemic. And of course, in all sectors of the industry, even the academic sectors, we do not want to be obsolete. When we say obsolete, we are referring to the things that are out of date or no longer in use and have become extinct. Needless to say, we have to continuously improve, we have to move on, and we have to innovate. As Albert Einstein said, we cannot solve a problem by using the same kind of thinking we used when we created them. And so there is really a need for innovation. Why? Because the global environment that we are in right now is more complex. It is more dynamic as well. And innovation is a tool for dealing with change. We have seen a lot of changes over time, and you've seen a lot of businesses evolve. You've seen a lot of businesses fail. You've seen a lot of businesses transform, and that is because of innovation. We also have to maintain our competitive advantage no matter what. So innovation is really needed in our midst. We have to appreciate that in the tourism and hospitality industry, our services and experiences are the prime focus. And so we have to be able to continue marketing even during the COVID-19 pandemic, because our products are distinct in a sense that they are not tangible, they cannot be stored, they cannot be owned. They are complex and the quality is difficult to measure. We have to evolve and really need to innovate and transform. We have to appreciate that there's a challenge of a more demanding and unpredictable consumers. Now, what we do is more important than where we do it. Experiences matters, not only the destinations will count. Health and safety can't be compromised during the consumption phase. We would like to visit different places, we'd like to experience everything, try different cuisines, try different places. However, we cannot let health and safety get in the way. In which case, okay, we value unique experiences. What you see right now is an experience, a very unique experience. This is dining, of course, suspended dining on air. And of course, few years ago, this was proposed by a lot of innovators in the industry. You have seen bubble hotels, underwater hotels, ice hotels, etc. So these are examples of innovations, and we have to appreciate them. We also have the Wood Hanging Garden, of course, this beautiful hotel in Turkey. However, when pandemic strike, okay, you've seen these signages: delayed, closed, denied, blocked, terminated, rescheduled. And so this could dampen the spirit of a lot of people, not only in the industry, but also students alike present this morning. So the big question again is, how do we keep the survival of tourism and hospitality businesses? How do we keep them afloat? Of course, the pandemic, give us a way in terms of changing the travel experiences. Of course, we espouse now what we call safe travels in all dimensions, in all sectors. And having said this, okay, some of the changes that is bound to be experienced would be, for example, travelers are in control. Connectivity everywhere will redefine research and decision making in all the experiences there is. this would lead to richer environment for travelers and the opportunity for them to make it their own. So it's customizing the likes and the preferences of travelers. And with the connectivity, this is now becoming more possible. Digital plus human. Device is king, consumer is queen. What does it mean? The device would be the focus of the future. It knows it's practically, a device that would know where you are, what you redeem, and what you would likely consolidate all the information. And this particular innovation, of course, happened years ago. Of course, right now we have 5 billion mobile connections worldwide. And so we are saying that mobile is king because a lot of information can be accessed using our mobile phones. We don't just rely on the desktop or the laptops anymore, but we rely on the functionality of our devices. Digital innovation have taken place. Before we only talked about well-used-to-ring tablets, touchscreen maps, but now this is really happening. Things that are in the backseat before are becoming a reality. Virtual visits are now possible, and now it is possible also to experience travel destinations with a range of speed, comfort, and safety anywhere we want it. And so there is also this innovation in terms of personalizing the environments. The proliferation of sensors, data, and automations are creating reactive environments that can sense anything from weather patterns to user behavior and automatically adapt the space and service experiences. Of course, as mentioned by the previous keynote, we have new distribution models. We used to rely on the traditional delivery of products and services, not only in the tourism and hospitality industry, but right now, somehow it accelerated distribution of these services in a different manner. We saw in our meets the growth in terms of deliveries. And so this is, I think, very prevalent in all of the countries. Now you can order goods and commodities and have it deliver within your doorsteps. We have also seen a lot of web conferencing platforms, and we've started to use them. Not only one, but we have to use several, and we have to master usage of each. Because if we don't do this, then we will be left behind. We will be out of the loop. And so this is something that we really have to make adjustments on. Of course, social media have played a great role in this pandemic. Of course, with Facebook, you can see at least an average of 500 million active users worldwide. In Twitter, we have an average of 1 billion tweets per week. And in YouTube, practically you have 48 hours of video uploaded by the minute. So that's a really big data that we're talking about here. And of course, in YouTube, you also have 3 billion views a day. This is an average, and I think this is still growing because there are a lot of platforms in YouTube, a lot of tutorials, and this can be accessed anywhere in the world. So one big question would be, how prepared are institutions or businesses for this new normal? How prepared are we? Okay, we talk about losers and winners, so these are actually some of the businesses that would prosper, or some of the businesses that would take a time out, and so they would need a lot of reformation, transformation, and innovation for them to be able to move one layer up so that they can sustain their businesses. So for the winners, okay, of course, we have pharmaceuticals, the producers of medicines, vaccines, okay, medication and protective equipment and manufacturers, home exercise equipment, because there's a limitation now going to the gym. Of course, winners would also be food providers, especially those who have delivery or carry out services, home equipment, alcoholic beverage makers, casual and relaxed fashion. We also have online retailers, online grocers, networking software, streaming service providers, news, entertainment, telecom, and of course, those involved in online education. On the other hand, we have downturn in terms of the following businesses. Of course, restaurants, sports stadiums, museums, gyms, parks, recreational areas, physical schools and universities, real estate owners and services, cruises. Of course, we have tourist service providers and brick and mortar retailers, movie theaters, and so you would see that we're on the other end of the fence when it comes to the winning and losing categories in the COVID-19 recession. But of course, we do not want to be tagged as losers. And so that's the reason why we have to espouse innovation and entrepreneurship. And we have to change the way we do things in all the sectors of the industry for us to be able to survive. And not only to survive, but to thrive in terms of how we deal with the pandemic. And nowadays, how are we doing this in the different sectors? So in the hotels, you can see that there are a lot of smart hotels wherein emphasis is on the internet. So when we talk about smart hotels, so these are hotels that makes use of the internet-enabled devices, which are capable of sending data to one another. So smart hotel designs are tied with the idea of the Internet of Things. So this is not really something new, but I think this would be something that would be more prevalent because there's a bigger need for its utility. And so when you talk about smart automation of the hotels, how can this be done? So for example, in room service, so smart occupancy sensors will help hotels push menu notifications to smartphones at optimal times when the guests are in their rooms. So you can control your air conditioning, the lighting, the television controls by using your devices. Smart automation can also be used in terms of marketing practices. So before a hotel can even open the door, there are a lot of data being passed on to the owners. And so this data opportunities of smart technology would offer a more complete picture of their guests than ever before. You can also make use of smart automation in terms of online reputation management technology. So you can monitor hotel online ratings not only to predict the future bookings, but they can also offer the owners valuable insights into how well a property delivered on guest expectations. That's very important. Another innovation is recognition technology. Of course, some of us have experienced this in the borders of airports. You just have to swipe your documents or your passport, and then voila, you can get access already by the gates. And so this is already being used in some of the more advanced countries, but we will see a lot of recognition technology, okay, in the coming months and years as we reopen. Of course, another trend would be more emphasis on health and well-being. So because going to the gym and exercise may not be possible, this can also be done in hotels. So hotels are also capitalizing on the health and well-being of their guests. We can also see more green and eco lodgings. Of course, this shouldn't be left behind. As we espouse innovation, digitization, and technology, a lot of consumers value these eco lodgings and, of course, contribution to the environment. In the airline industry, we've seen a lot of changes. If you have not traveled yet or crossed borders, I think you would really appreciate that what we've been doing in the past are a lot different than how it's being done now, okay, after during the pandemic. So health checks will be mandatory, use thermal scanners, and there is a need for a lot of contactless security check. With that, there will be less physical contact and manual frisking, unless for exceptional instances or situations. Of course, sanitation is very important in all phases of travel. So you will see this in the aero bridges, baggage conveyors, check-in counters, immigration, customs, and they will install, for example, foot baths in the entry and exit points, all for health and safety. And it's worthy to note that for the first time in the world history, about 90% of the world's citizens have been restricted from traveling, either to return home or to destinations of choice. And without a doubt, the most affected in travel and tourism is the aviation industry. For social distancing in the airline industry would be practiced. You've seen that acrylic barriers in all check-in counters and help desks. In fact, not only in the airline industry, you see this in a lot of hospitality establishments. Of course, protective personal equipment is now the new fashion for the flight attendants and the flight crew. And this really have changed a lot in terms of protocols. In the cruise line industry, of course, there will be more stringent health screening process and protocols prior to embarkation, disembarkation. This would also mean that the ships will not fill up their vessels 100% to avoid congestion, and stricter control in terms of cruisers beyond 70 years of age and above. Of course, it is a common practice to clean all public areas, okay, a minimum of 10 times daily. So if they've been cleaning it for 5 times now, it has doubled and it will be tripled just to ensure safety. Dining disruptions have been used to a lot of buffets in the cruise industry, but this one would have to be restricted. And so self-service buffet could soon be a thing of the past, and this will be replaced by crewman serving stations and table service. And reservation systems too would be a routine for dining rooms and entertainment venues and facilities. There will be a lot of new technologies, like for example, what you can see on the screen. This is an example of sterilization robot. This is already being used in other parts of the travel industry. And the cruise industry would highly invest in this kind of facilities because of the digital cleaning systems that is being required, considering that this is actually a hot area of focus in terms of the disease transmission. Okay, so, and of course, another thing that would be practiced by the cruise industry would be the 100% external fresh air purified through air filters and cooling coils to check, clean, and replace. Of course, this would basically ensure that the air quality would be healthy and safe all throughout the vessel. So these are actually big investment in the cruise industry, but they are willing to provide this for the vessels, of course, for the industry to be sustained. And in terms of the schools and universities, of course, we all know that a lot of schools have announced temporary closures or suspension of activities, and some have opted to do flexible learning, hybrid learning, and more than 1.5 billion students and young learners globally are affected by the COVID-19 pandemic. And so in terms of schooling, we have to be able to continue on and deliver the best instructional process for the students. A lot of schools have opted for online education, and this has been in the pipeline for so long because we've been used to face-to-face instruction, delivery of training, and as well as assessment. But now this became a thing of the past, and we've utilized practically a lot of platforms and a lot of instructional techniques to keep our students engaged. And we've accelerated training the faculty members so that they can deliver and they can cope with these new learning modalities. Of course, you've seen a lot of learning, blended learning and flipped classrooms. This would necessitate a move to online learning during the COVID-19 crisis. And of course, this would be something that will be practiced even beyond COVID because as mentioned, things will not ease up 100%. And so there's also a change in terms of the materials or the resources that we use. Now we've adopted an open educational resources or the OER. So a lot of learning materials are transformed into ebooks and online learning platforms. And so these are actually some of the developments in terms of education. However, it is also worth saying that this pandemic also exposed what we call the digital divide. When we say digital divide, so of course we're talking about inequality. And so the biggest challenge for schools transitioning to online learning is the widening inequality of access to and usage of information and communications technology. Although we have platforms, we have softwares available, not all countries, not all students, not all teachers will be able to access that. We don't have the same amount and access to resources. And so that, somehow creates a gap in the way our students would learn, thus the digital divide. So of course, we are used to holding our events face-to-face, but now we are getting more comfortable with virtual events such as this one. This is an example, best example of a hybrid event. So everyone knows how to use Zoom, how to share their presentations, how to speak and be more comfortable online. So this is actually something that we have not been accustomed to in the traditional setup. And so with MICE, of course, we will see that events and a lot of activities will be smaller in size. It would be impossible to gather thousands of attendees in one venue, unlike before. So we would see a lot of hybrid events like this one. So you have people on site, Bali, and you also have people in different parts of the countries, like the Philippines and Malaysia. It's a very good example of a hybrid event. And in the restaurant sector, of course, you would see that there's going to be an aggressive merchandising and promotional techniques, so free delivery for some of the restaurants, because dining on site is very much restricted, and there's a lot of applications that will lead you to get the services and food that you would like any time of the day. And so these are actually part of the resiliency action in the restaurant sector. Of course, they are promoting healthy and clean aspect in terms of restaurant operation. And so new no-touch food safety protocols and services have been in place in a lot of dining facilities. So you would see also that in tourist destinations, things have changed a lot. And so we saw the dawn of virtual tours, and of course travel will be different post-COVID, and virtual is the new real. Global restrictions to travel have ensured that the only way for destinations to reach potential visitors to bring the destination to them. Can you imagine that? Before we go to the destination, but now the destinations will be brought to us as consumers. Virtual travel experiences are now becoming more commonplace as technology develops. And this means that COVID-19 virtual travel will influence travelers and their expectations. And so it's now possible for you to do virtual tours in countries that you love and that you've seen only in postcards and posters. And so these are some of the innovations. Social but without crowding. You can see that a lot of the most popular destination sites are too crowded before, but now I think we value the capacity setup of each destination. And so we try to limit the number of visitors with social distancing and of course without overcrowding. So this is somehow good for the destination planners and also for the environment. And so having said all of that, those who had a lot of excuses not to implement what needed to be implemented before have no choice but to implement them now. Specifically, automation and technology. We cannot do without automation and technology these days. These are the realities of our time. So this is something also that we have to teach our students, how to capitalize the use and the use technology to our advantage. Carrying capacity, we cannot really overload our destination. So if there's one good thing that this pandemic have brought us, it somehow gave a breather for the environment, for these destinations to really practice capacity, okay, that is not overflowing. And so we are actually promoting also the sustainable development goals. So this sustainable development goals will never go out of fashion. This is going to be something that will be carried out from generations to generations across centuries. And of course, e-commerce. We've been talking a lot about e-commerce, but now it's in our midst and a lot of people are using e-commerce. Not only the not only the digital natives, but also the people coming from the different generations. And so what do we do? There's a lot of things to be done. We have to do global deep cleaning. We have to really ensure that even though we are in the times of pandemic, we have to protect and we have to appreciate our environment. We give our environment time to recharge and rejuvenate. And this is the best time so that when we reopen, we have more appreciation of this environmental values that we have to inculcate not only to the industry players, but also to our students. There is also a need to build back better. So even though we are in the pandemic, we have to look for ways of how we can recover. This is the natural and innate spirit of all human beings across the world. We have to be able to plan and map our road to recovery. There's a saying that, it cannot get any worse, it can only get better. but we have to plan ahead, and we really have to in mind that this thing shall pass, and how can we recover? We have to be more strategic in our plans and courses of action. We also have to take risk management more seriously. When we talk about risk management, we have to be able to identify, be aware, monitor, implement controls, and do courses of action in terms of risk. This is This is a pandemic that is beyond our imagination. We've never really looked for ways on how we were be able to address this. We planned for terrorism, we planned for a lot of things, but little did we know that this would really cripple, okay, all the businesses worldwide. And so we have to take risk management more seriously. We also need to invest on technology. Some of the technology that will enable us to rebound would include, of course, online and mobile ordering systems, loyalty programs. These are actually data-driven marketing, content management. Other technologies that would enable us to rebound would be remote and virtual trading. These are onboarding tools that would provide capacity buildings for students and employees. Flexible network infrastructure and edge applications that can be invested on. Contactless payments, of course, CX or customer experience, AI or enabled assistance. An example of this would be the chatbots, and security solutions, and of course, health and sanitation monitoring. So we have to use technology, but we have to use it to our advantage and make it work for our respective systems. We also need to capitalize on our strengths and be educated. This is the best time to invest on education. There are a lot of platforms for all of us to learn, and we are not too old to learn new things. This is not only applicable to students if we are to espouse what we call lifelong learning. In fact, if you search in the web, if you use technology, you'll be able to find out that there are a lot of free trainings, a lot of free certifications and workshops, okay, of varied interest to a lot of people. And so traditional learning is not the only way we can learn. We can learn through various channels. And of course, what we're doing now is an example of learning. We also have to rethink our business model. So if we want our business to sustain operations, we have to look at how we can change business model, because the old or the traditional business will definitely not work anymore. We have to look at our customers, we have to look at the distribution channels, we have to look at our competitors, we have to look at our relationships with our suppliers differently, on a different lens, on a higher level. And so there is really a need to rethink our business models. Collaboration is better than competition, definitely. This is the best example of what collaboration is. Borderless, okay? We've cut down all the barriers, and now we learn collaboratively. We capitalize on each other's strengths. We help each other. And collaboration is really the best way to address complex social issues and to address the weaknesses each institution or businesses would have. And so collaboration now is the name of the game, better than competition. And so moving forward, more than ever, now is the time for our industry to restructure business operations, to innovate and build confidence of people to look forward going out again. Creativity, innovation, and creating fun and enjoyable experiences should become the norm. But this would go after safety. Safety would still be the number one concern for all people, all ages, across the globe. Experimentation is a new planning, and let us be grounded. We have no idea what's going to happen or when this pandemic will end. That's why we need to build our organizations into an engine of possibility. Technology, as mentioned, should be our ally. However, technology too can be chaotic if not learned properly. It affects every industry in ways that are difficult to anticipate. So what is needed is an evolving portfolio of strategic experiments. Emergent strategy as an organic approach to growth and sustainability built on ongoing culture of adaptability and agility. So what can we expect post-COVID era? The new normal is going to be centered on first, adaptability, flexibility, and resilience. So this is not only applicable in businesses and the tourism sector, this is also going to be applicable for us as individuals. So needless to say, we have to be more adaptable, we have to be flexible, and we have to be resilient. As we do all this, we have to safeguard our mental health. So whose responsibility is this? Maybe individually, we have the capacity to safeguard our mental health. As an institution, in your respective units and organization, we also have responsibility to guard the mental health of our people, our students, our employees, our colleagues, our friends, and of course, our respective families. And so this is something that is a big issue right now because a lot of people have different tolerance on the things that's happening in our midst. We always say that we are in the same storm, but I think it would be better to say that yes, we are in the same storm, but we're riding different boats. All of us have different tolerance capacities, and at the same time, all of us have different resources. And so we have to be more understanding and we have to be more open to a lot of possibilities when dealing with people around us. And having said all of this, we have to really look into ways on how we can tailor, redefine, bend the rules, build authenticity, exceed expectations, and create custom comfort within our systems. Learning and innovations go hand in hand because the arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. That's according to William Pollard. So what the arrogance of success is to think that what you did yesterday will be sufficient for tomorrow. Success, or as they call it, is actually a journey. And when you want to succeed, you always have to consider yourself a transition or a work in progress. And so I would like to emphasize the statements coming from the World Travel and Tourism Council in relation to the pandemic. Times like this only happen as frequently as it is time to make a change in our world. And the possibilities are endless in our industry. Trains didn't bring an end to transportation, they grew it, even though stagecoaches felt otherwise. Planes didn't bring an end to shipping and cruises, they grew it. Resorts didn't bring an end to hotels, they grew it. Technology didn't bring an end to travel distribution, they grew it. And of course, we collectively have to transform this crisis into opportunity.
I'm sorry, Dr. Beth. I'm sorry to interrupt you. You have 2 minutes left in this presentation. Thank you.
Thank you. And define the path for stronger recovery. We have to remember that within crisis are the seeds of opportunity. Crisis is an equalizer, so we don't waste this crisis. We have to learn from it. Don't waste this crisis. Crisis is a great revealer. It doesn't change us. It reveals the real us. It's a revealer of character. It's a revealer of our weaknesses. It is also a revealer of our strengths. And so I hope that every one of us will learn and will appreciate this crisis and will transform lives. And hopefully this will transform also our industry. Thank you very much for the opportunity. Maraming salamat. Thank you very much. Terima kasih and mabuhay. Back to you, Sinta.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much, Dr. Lilibeth Aragon. So from her speech that we know that we couldn't wait until this situation and innovation can make it happen by using technology and also the safety guidelines. We have to continue, improve, and move on. You cannot stay on that side. Try and you can help the other side. Ladies and gentlemen, for the next agenda, I would like to give this, showing you the certificate for the keynote speaker. For the first certificate, will be delivered to Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Mohnur through the Zoom meeting. We give all the highest appreciation to Professor Dr. Abdul Halim Mohnur, our keynote speaker from University Technology Mara Cawangan, Malacca. And for the second one is certificate delivered to Dr. Lily Beth Aragon from the Lyceum of Philippine University. Thank you very much. Sorry, the next certificate, Dr. Lily Beth Aragon. Okay. Thank you very much, Dr. Lilibeth Aragon, to join with us as keynote speaker and also collaborate with us. Ladies and gentlemen, we already end the keynote session. Afterward, you are kindly invited to have the coffee break session. And for all the online participants, please stay at our Zoom because we will have door prize session. To all the committee, please help the offline participant in this Widyatula meeting room. Escort them to the lunch break venue. Well, ladies and gentlemen, for our online participant, let me introduce myself again. My name is Sinta Sulistiani as your MC for today, and I would like to lead you for door prize session. In this session, I have 3 vouchers or 3 prizes that will be delivered to all of you who have a lucky chance to win this door prize. So the system is we will use the lucky draw. So we already attached the link at the chat room. So you can fill the form first. We give time from 5 until 10 minutes for fill the formula that we attach in Zoom chat room. So make sure that you fill the form, and then after that, we will draw by the spin. And we will choose 3 the lucky person that will receive as a winner for today in the first session. Don't worry, we still have a lot of door prize session for you, so make sure you stay tuned in our Zoom meeting. We will give you time to fill the form for 5 minutes. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we already finished the recapitulation. You're familiar. So we will find out our first winner. And the winner for the first session is wow. Congratulations, Patricia Ana Estrada. Okay, once again, congratulations for Patricia Ana Estrada. So you win 1 spa voucher from Stala Ubud, Bali. Congratulations. And for the second winner is Congratulations to Ikadet Diki Mantranugraha. So congratulations for winners. The second one, you will have one pool delight voucher from Stala Ubud Bali. And also for the third one, the winner is congratulations to Anika Cassandra Bemelizo. Congratulations for winning one ticket single day pass Waterboom Bali. Congratulations for the winners. Once again, congratulations for our winners in this door prize session. This is the first door prize session. Our committee will be contacting you through the email. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, that was our door prize station. This is the first station for the door prize. Don't worry, for the people who didn't win before, we will still have another session of door prize, so make sure that you stay tuned in our Zoom meeting. And we will continue, and I will see you back at 10:35. Thank you.
Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference is one of the international conference that organized by students of Bali Tourism Polytechnic in major of Hotel Administration B 2017. The first of International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference will conduct at 8th of April 2021 with theme of Refocusing and Strengthening the Hospitality Sector with Local Wisdom and Community in the Aftermath of the COVID-19 pandemic, where the conference will raise up concern about entrepreneurship strategy to centralize and strengthen the hospitality industry based on local wisdom and culture during the COVID-19 pandemic. International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference is expected to solve the problem in the hospitality industry with the new innovation and strategy. Presenting expert speakers and having international standard will be the basis for organizing this conference. INHEC, or International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference, was created based on situation of hospitality industry during COVID-19 pandemic. We would like to centralize and strengthen the hospitality industry during the COVID-19 pandemic by creating International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference. We would like to give an innovation for hospitality industry and entrepreneurship. The purpose of INHEC 2021 is for preparing a strong hospitality industry in the midst of the COVID-19 pandemic so that it can rise and be ready to build a better industry in the middle of the new normal era. Second is to gathering innovative, creative, and brilliant ideas from around the world for the development and application of entrepreneurship, hospitality, and local wisdom during the COVID-19 pandemic through call for paper and also as a forum for academics to exchange ideas and publish their research. INHEC, or International Hospitality Entrepreneurship Innovation Conference, is expected to solve the problem in the hospitality industry with the new innovation and strategy for the community. We hope that INHEC become one of the conference that can build new creative and brilliant innovation for hospitality and entrepreneurship industry.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Widyatula Meeting Room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. We will continue with our agenda. But first, let me say thank you to our sponsor. For the first one, thank you very much for Alof Bali Seminyak, Omsa Medic, Penam Event Indonesia, Waterboom Bali, Bali Digital Expert, Balian Natural Mineral Water, Bakti Ubud Villa, Bisnet, J4 Hotels Legian Bali, Nura Dekorasi, Pepito, Pramana Experience, Stala Ubud Bali, and also International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference Media Partner. Thank you for Bali Now. Info DPS, Kabar Badung, Punapi Bali, and also Sirah Bali Info, Tabanan Info, Ladies and gentlemen, that's all our supported sponsor and also the media partner that help us to successing this event. Ladies and gentlemen, the following item, that is plenary session. In this session, we'll have two invited speakers. For the first session, I would like to invite our first moderator who will lead this session. Please come up to the stage, Inyoman Gede Krishna Arya Wiguna, SST Par. And for our first speaker, he is the Multi-Property Vice President of Marriott International and General Manager of Westin Nusa Dua Bali. Please welcome Oriol Montal. Well, ladies and gentlemen, and all the participants in online Zoom meeting, we hope you just turn on your camera and mute your microphone because this session will be start shortly. And also for our moderator, time is yours.
Om Swastiastu, Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh, Salam sejahtera, Namo Buddhaya, Salam Kebajikan. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to International Hospitality, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference, which is proudly presented by Hotel Administration Class B 2017 of Bali Tourism Polytechnic. It is such a pleasure for me to lead this session. I am Krishna Arya, the General Manager of Trip.com Indonesia, and I'm pleased to conduct this session as the moderator for the upcoming 45 minutes. I know each and every one of us have been very excited to cover this interesting topic. So first thing first, allow me to introduce our speaker of the session, Mr. Oriol Montal, who I know him very closely in terms of professional way. So we have been working on a mutual partnership between Trip.com and the Westin Resort Nusa Dua Bali in particular, and Marriott International Indonesia in general. Ladies and gentlemen, Pak Oriol is an exceptional leader with over 26 years experience in the hospitality industry, covering various countries from Barcelona, Spain to Dubai, Portugal, Japan, Thailand, and currently appointed as the General Manager and Multi-Property Vice President of Core Brands Indonesia at Marriott Internationals. His expertise brought him to win few distinguished recognition like Marriott Leadership Award Asia Pacific for Outstanding Hotel Results in 2015 and Marriott Mustang Award Asia Pacific to recognize the changes implemented in the first year of the hotel in 2014. So in this session that will be conducted by Pak Oriol shortly, we are going to have a brief of 30 minutes presentations and followed by 15 minutes question and answers by the end of the session. So ladies and gentlemen, the COVID-19 pandemic has brought devastating effect on the global hospitality industry. Many hospitality industries such as lodging business, restaurant, recreation, travel and tourism have even announced their close down, reported significant declines across demand or occupancy, and many profit losses. This extraordinary condition has attracted several academic discussions of strategy that would be applicable for the hospitality industry amid the pandemic, especially from the hospitality experts' point of view, to revive and strengthen the hospitality industry. Therefore, ladies and gentlemen, Pak Oriol is going to present the reviving and strengthening strategy for hospitality industry in the middle of pandemic. So without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Pak Oriol Montal. Time is yours.
Thank you. Selamat pagi. Good morning, everyone. First of all, I would like to thank the university for the invitation of being here today, as well as the committee that is organizing such a great event. Great to be with Krishna, as mentioned, we know for many years, so yes. Great to be here today with you as well.
Thank you, Pak.
So, as mentioned by Krishna, this pandemic has been an extremely challenging situation for all economies around the world. But if we would go sector by sector, very quickly we would realize that our sector, tourism, has been most probably one of the top sectors that has been influenced for the pandemic that we are going through. And why that? We all know, definitely the concerns of health, as well as what has been happening all around the world with the closure of borders. So in the next slide,
Next slide.
Yeah. So if we see specifically for what it would be our market of Bali, we would be able to see that what has happened during that year 2020. So going 2 years back, 2018 was a year that started with challenges in the destination. Despite that, the second half of the year 2018, the destination was able to recover. And so we finished 2018 with an occupancy above 70%. 2019 was a good year for the destination, and with a large number of visitors coming throughout the world. And we finished around 73% again. We are able to see in the slide the big drop of occupancy during the year 2020, where the destination closed at 24%. I would like to highlight that if we would take the months with a real pandemic impact, that it would be April 2020 to March 2021. What we see here of 24 most probably would be down to below 15%. So it was a huge impact for all the hotels on the destination. If we go to the next slide, we will be able to see on regards to RevPAR, so revenue per available room, similar. Hotels had to give competitive prices, had to adapt to the new situation. So what we are seeing with the occupancy, we saw as well with the revenues. So with a decrease, especially for the month of April to the month of October, a decrease in average of 90%. So if we go to the next slide, please. So now I think that it's easier. It's easier after 12, 13 months for all of us as leaders to start saying, that is what it should have happened. That is what we should have done. But I would like for all of us to go back to what it was, the situation as a general manager, as a leader, in March 2020, seeing ourselves that our revenues were dropping by 90%. What should we do? And should we put health prior? Should we put finance prior? Should we close the hotel? Should we keep the hotel open? So it was an unprecedented time. It was for the first time in my career, working 26 years, as Krishna mentioned, that I had a situation like that. But even for our company that is 94 years old, Marriott, they never had gone through that. So being unprecedented, you had nothing to compare. So it was very difficult to understand which decision I would have to take to navigate through all those challenges. So in my presentation, I have divided what we have been living over the past 13, 14 months in 3 phases. And I would like to start with phase 1. And phase 1 is what, in my personal opinion, I considered March to the month of May. And this is where we were going the first 3 months of not understanding what was going on. And in my opinion, the most important things to do during this first phase was, first of all, would be prioritize. Already a few weeks after the pandemic, you would be able to start seeing hotel or businesses that they put all their focus on cash flow. You had some other hotels that had put all their efforts in employees. In my opinion, the successful companies were the ones that from day one, they were able to take a balanced approach, that they were able to ensure that they were prioritizing on their associates, taking care of their associates during those difficult times. But because those associates will be the ones that when the business comes back, they will be able to support the business to be successful again. But at the same time, another priority that had to be in mind is cash flow. From the first day, understanding that we need to ensure to every day check on the financial situation of the business. The second thing that it was important on that phase 1 was reduction of expenses. And this was a very difficult time and a lot of difficult decisions they had to be taken. But only the companies that they took those decisions and they took the decisions of reducing here and there, today they can continue being operating. When we are talking about reducing the expenses, as well, it was extremely important, not just to take the areas that is easy to reduce, but to ensure that we were reducing the expenses wherever was important to do. And there was important to keep other expenses to keep happening. So it was important to, again, take the right decisions, where to spend, and where we would be able to reduce the expenses. One thing that it was very important on that first phase was the shift of customers. In the past, a majority of hotels in Bali, the business would be 85% international, 15% domestic. And all of us, we had to understand that for a long period of time, we would have to depend 100% in this domestic market. So to change that strategy, it was important. And the companies and hotels that they were able to make that change quicker were the ones that they were able to have a much better year 2020 and beginning of 2021. One thing that it was extremely important for this first phase of 3 months was over-communicating. We had a session in Marriott International with the leaders of Asia Pacific 1 month ago, and they were asking, what was for you the most important thing, and what would you even do more? And it was very clear message for everyone that it was communicating. And when I'm talking about communicating, it's about communicating to the associates, to the employees, to tell them what is happening, to be transparent, and not to be concerned about being able to share all the strategy. I think that hotels and companies that they have been successful are the ones that they have been able to open the door to the employees and very clearly explain what the reason of each decision that has been taken. The last thing that, in my opinion, very important in phase 1 would be walk the talk. As a leader in the industry, we are, or as a general manager in a property, we have hundreds of employees looking to us. And more than ever, it is important that we are the example and that we are taking the sacrifices so that everyone in the property, they can look into the leader and they can understand what is happening. One other thing as well in phase 1 that I would like to highlight, it's about during this period of March to May, it was building the confidence of the customers. Customers, they were afraid. They were staying at home. So they needed it from the industry to hear that we had taken the measures for them to come in a safe way to enjoy our facilities. And I have to say that the government of Indonesia, with the program of CHSE, they did an amazing job supporting every single hotel and business to put a program to provide that confidence. And we were able to see that during the summer when a lot of the customers started enjoying coming back to Bali and enjoy the different facilities of hotels. Then moving to the next phase. So phase number 2, it's what, in my opinion, was from the month of June, July, up until the end of the year. And it's when things started to be reactivated, but still hotels, they were not able to provide the profits to be sustainable and to ensure that, that they were able to financially do well. So what would be important on that phase of July to December? First of all, is to ensure to provide direction. The associates had gone through very difficult 3 months, had a mix of fear, at the same time had a mix of financial concerns. So it was very important to ensure that there was a clear direction, a direction of where we are going, a direction of what are the decisions that they are taking and why. As mentioned before, it was key to ensure that we would be still transparent. Employees, they were still suffering quite a lot, so they needed to hear from a truthful way what was happening and what we would be doing over the next few months. We were, as mentioned at the beginning of my presentation, we were coming for 2 years of enjoying 73, 74% occupancy in the market. So hotels, they were busy. We were moving to occupancies of 15, 10%. So there was a lot of inventory in the market. So more than ever, it was important for each hotel to differentiate from the other, because only the hotels that would be differentiate from the others, they would be able to then get that small niche of market. And that's what, as an example, we did in our hotels. There would be hotels that they would focus on families and ensure that then they would be the best on what they were doing. There were other hotels that decided to focus on wellness. And the idea was to ensure again that we were by far the best in the market. And that's what we were starting to see in the market, that there would be hotels that they would be still below 5%, while hotels, they started enjoying 20, 25%. And this is because those hotels that they were having a much better occupancy, they created a culture of innovation, a culture of ensuring that they were bringing new experiences to the guests, and hotels that they were putting the customer in the center to ensure that they were having amazing experiences. During that period of 6-7 months, it was quiet. So we felt that one of the things that was important is investing on training. More than ever, associates, they would have time. So more than ever, it will be important to focus on them. Big part of the training was related to the CHSE. So to ensure that the associates, they understood what were the changes of needs of our customers. Whatever they were looking in the year 2019, totally changed that they were the needs of 2020. And definitely another area of importance during this phase of July to December was about maintaining the asset. We need to ensure that we understand that this crisis will go. So we need to ensure that we are ready, and we need to ensure that the hotel and the asset is totally ready when business will come back to the destination. And then we are moving in what, in my opinion, is the phase that we are right now, phase 3. That probably I would consider that that phase will be from the month of March, that we are starting to see some green shoots, to what it will be up until when the country will be able to reopen to the international market. So the first thing that I would like to mention during this phase 3 is similar to what we were hearing in the previous presentation. And I believe that what it is key in that phase that we are living right now is that hotels, they cannot think as individuals. Even the tourist industry, travel agencies cannot think as individuals. It's time to think as a community, because we need to ensure that we are all together, and we need to ensure that all together we are rebuilding the destination, and that we are providing the confidence to the international market that we are ready. And that more than ever, we are excited to bring all those tourists back to our destination, and that we are going to be giving an amazing experience from the beginning till the end with the proper protocols. So I have no doubt that once tourists will reopen, I have no doubt that when we are going to be starting to see international tourists traveling, I have no doubt that Bali will be one of the destinations that will recover fast. Why? I truly believe that Bali has all the things that the customer after a pandemic is looking for. First of all, I believe that after pandemic, or when the borders will reopen, there will be a big need of wellness. People has gone through a lot of stress, through a lot of issues. So this aspect of wellness will be key. Second thing, definitely hospitality, and Bali is known for a warm hospitality. And the third aspect that I truly believe that set Bali apart of any other destination is a strong culture. It's the identity that makes Bali a very, very unique place to visit. If we go to the next slide. So I believe that some of you already have heard about it. So there was a survey in TripAdvisor where they were talking about popular destinations. Where would you like to go after pandemic? And for me, it was reassuring to hear the same that I was thinking, that Bali is #1 destination. So Bali is #1, followed by London, Dubai, Rome, and Paris. So this again reinforced what I was meaning, that the world is little by little getting ready to travel, and it's great to see that the first name is still Bali. So we need to be ready for that. So the next topic that I wanted to discuss on regards to phase 3, I was mentioning about the importance of community. It is extremely important that we are not behaving as one individual, that we are behaving as a community. But as well, I would like to enlarge this concept not only to the private sector. I truly believe that one of the things that is making a difference in our destination and will make even a much more sense in the future is that private sector and government is working together. And over the next 2-3 months, this will be even more key. So what do I mean with that? Number one would be about the opening of the destination. We have still some work to be done. I think that it is a little bit unclear the way that the opening will happen. And this is normal. It's not only happening in Indonesia, it's something that we are seeing around the world. And in my opinion, it's even positive. It's important that government is cautious, and it's important that government takes small steps so that when we take the step of reopening, it's for good, and we are succeeding all of us together. Another project that will be important together, private sector as governor, is the vaccination. And the hotel where I am based, I am in Nusa Dua, and it was extremely emotional to see 10 days ago when all the hotels in Nusa Dua started to get vaccinated. You could see the emotions. You could see already the employees with tears, seeing the first step for the reopening to happen. So again, on behalf of our hotel, we would like to thank the government for that amazing step that already happened in the area of Nusa Dua. I would like to highlight from a private sector and government that it will be important to assure that we have strict protocols. We are seeing around the world countries that they have already a large number of the population vaccinated, that unfortunately they have forgotten the protocols. Protocols will need to assure that they are here to stay for longer, to assure that we are succeeding for what it would be the reopening as well. And I think that one other area that it will be important from a private sector as well as government will be communication. And this is already starting to happen, but how both private sector and government, we can together communicate how ready we are, how excited we are. So with this communication plan together, we can then help for a quicker recovery.
Yeah, we have 5 more minutes.
Okay. So I think the other area that will be important for the future of the destination would be the impact on nature and sustainability. This was an issue. This was an issue that we had in Bali and in many other international destinations. And I truly believe that this is something that we don't need to forget. And this is something that we need to take this opportunity that we have gone in a quiet mood to assure that when we are ready to welcome the guests, when we are ready to reopen the borders, to make more than ever the commitment on reducing plastic, but as well to assure that in all the businesses, hotels, that we have a proper educational program to make the needed impact on sustainability. As well, as mentioned, I truly believe that if Bali is the #1 leisure destination in Asia Pacific and worldwide, it's because of the diverse culture that offers. So we need to ensure that more than ever, we do not forget what this amazing culture is helping us to position as a destination. So we need to ensure that we are continue bringing these unique experiences and unique culture every single day. On regards to one more aspect that I would like to focus for what it would be this period of phase 3 that I call, would be our employees. Will have been a total of 14 months of a very quiet period. So we need to ensure that we focus on training. We need to assure that we understand that during that period of 14 months, our associates will not be used to an active hotel. So we need to ensure that we are providing those tools for them to be ready for a busy time. We need to ensure that we are giving them the confidence. We need to ensure that through that training, we are providing excitement. As well, one of the things that I would like to highlight is I believe that the business will not be coming immediately very fast. Yeah. So there will be a need of reorganization, and there will be a need of multitasking. So that as well will be an area for us as private sector to provide that training to our associates, so they are ready to do that multitasking. And if we go to the next slide, a few habits that we need to assure that we don't forget. Things has changed during this pandemic, and some of those aspects that has changed are here to stay. So us as private sector and hotels, we will need to ensure that those trends continue being a strength. And I'm talking about food delivery, I'm talking about social media. In the past, when someone wanted to know about a hotel, would go to a website. Nowadays, it's going more to, for example, Instagram. Online purchase has grown, and this is here to stay. So as hoteliers, we will need to understand how we can invest the money to push more that business of online purchase. Cleanliness, the need of more focus on cleanliness was huge during the pandemic. This will need to stay. Space, wherever as a hotel we were serving a breakfast for 500 people, it has become 200, and the customers will not be ready to go back to busy spaces. So we will need to understand how we are going to be doing an operation that the customers will feel comfortable. And the last aspects will be a mix of leisure and work, and together as well of what we are doing today, so doing video conferencing. So how are we going to be providing all those facilities? Because again, these trends will be here to stay. So if we go to the next slide, so to summarize my presentation, growth will take some time to get to the levels that we saw in 2018 and 2019. So my recommendation to all the tourists and to all the hotels, be the best on what you do. Do not try to please everyone. Understand where you are the best and put all the efforts there. So as I mentioned, differentiate from others. As well, ensure that with your associates that you create an entrepreneurship spirit. So give incentive to your associates. Foster a culture of innovation, because if you are creating that curiosity and that innovation, your associates will be creating themselves those amazing experiences that will bring the customers back and back. And so for me, it's very clear. Over the next few months, we need to assure that we focus on, as number one priority with our team, with great training and innovation. Number two, we need to assure that we put the customer in the middle of everything, and ensuring that we have a culture of understanding the guest needs and anticipating to all those needs, and ensuring that we are creating unique experiences. But the third thing that is very important is to empathize with the owners of the hotels. There will be business coming back very soon, but definitely we will need to assure that we are supporting those owners that they have been struggling over the past 14 months. And most probably they will take 6-7 months to stabilize their cash flow. And that's all I have. Thank you very much for your attention. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, yes. Thank you so much, Pak Oriol. So once again, ladies and gentlemen, please give a round of applause for Pak Oriol.
Thank you.
This is a very interesting topic to cover, as we are still in the unprecedented time that you have mentioned. Even you yourself have over 26 years of experience, but still never faced this kind of situation. And a lot has changed in terms of strategy, in terms of implementation of the business, Pak Oriol. So what become very interesting for me is about shifting the strategy into phases. The first phase is about getting our priority, and as a private sector, all matters is about the business, right? So you are facing a condition whereby you need to keep the business running and also keep the talent that you have been, working with very closely for several years. So what was the implementation actually in order to the reduction of the expenses? Because all we know that expenses, the labor cost is something that is very, cost the private sector a lot in terms of running their business. What would be, the beneficial decision in terms of reducing the manpower or the labor cost?
Certainly. Yeah. I mean, I think that it was the first 30 days, 45 days of the pandemic. I think that all of us, when we were talking about how long this would take, I think the positive people were thinking about 2-3 months.
Yes.
The most, I would say not negative, but people that they would think it will take more time, were talking about 4 or 5 months. I think that it was about after a month and a half, that we understood that this would be here to stay for much longer. And I think, as I mentioned, I think that good people thinking long term, I think that it was very important to start thinking on cash flow. Yeah. And as I was mentioning as well, it would be important as well to speak with all the associates like a family and start thinking with the projection of business for how many months we would have enough money to survive.
Yeah.
And yes, as you mentioned, the labor, it is the biggest expense.
Yeah.
So I think that the important thing to do it was, as I mentioned, as a family, sitting down in a transparent way, explain why those decisions had to be taken. And my experience was that then employees would understand that it was in a mutual, it was in a mutual benefit, because to have a long-term possibility of surviving through that pandemic would benefit the company as well as the employees. So I think that this is the way that we did it in the hotel, and we have been able to create, to maintain a very positive spirit and go through it, all of us together.
I understand, Pak. Wow, it must be a tough decision after all. And then the strategy that we have implemented also, for the beneficial of business and also the employee.
Yeah.
And ladies and gentlemen, so now we are actually on the question and answer session. So we have been receiving quite few questions already. So this is the first question from Anne Joneth Sikan. So when will Bali reopen for international tourists?
Yeah.
I think that is a good question.
Krishna?
That's a good question for us to answer, because we actually, this is very uncertain information that we could answer, because this is not being our
I mean,
capacity to answer.
sure. I mean, I think that, as mentioned by Krishna, I think that it's a very challenging question in the sense that I believe that still some factors we don't know.
Yep.
But I think that reading on the newspapers, I truly believe that what it is important is to follow what the government is doing, that it is to take little by little the right steps,
Exactly.
and to assure that when we are reopening, that we are 100% open. No? We have seen some destinations that they have outside of Indonesia taking the wrong steps, and this would not be any good benefit for any of us.
Yeah. So we rely a lot the collaboration between the government and
Certainly.
also all the communities to support that. When Bali reopens to the international market, we are really ready with the new protocols, the new normals, and also we embrace the change to prepare for betterment of Bali services to the international tourists.
Yeah.
Pak Oriol, as you can see from the slide, we have one question to answer. So this is from Daniel Christian from Bali Tourism Polytechnic. So he would like to ask about various aspects that have changed during the post-pandemic period in the tourism sector, such as standard operating procedures, travel procedures, tightening health protocols, and the many tourism product innovations that will be waiting to be implemented in the industry. So is this change a good thing? Otherwise, is there any possibility for the tourism and hospitality industry to return to what it used to be?
Great question. I think that will the hospitality return to what it used to be? I truly believe so. I hope that, as I mentioned in my presentation, that some aspects that maybe they were not positive in the past, that we are able to correct those. And I brought as an example all what has to do with sustainability, or I mentioned about destination losing their culture. And so I hope that those aspects we learn from it and that we make them stronger. Definitely, I think that for a period of few months, few years, things that has changed during the pandemic will be here to stay. And I gave some examples as cleanliness. Cleanliness will continue being a focus, in my opinion, over definitely the next few months until the pandemic is finished. But in my opinion, will continue for the next 6 months to a year at least. There will be other aspects, as I mentioned, where a lot of people, they will still feel more comfortable with hybrid meetings as we are doing right now. So I think that hotels need to bring innovation on how to create excitement on those hybrid meetings. We talked as well as another example on food delivery. The people, they have learned that they can still be at home and they can enjoy their favorite foods. So I think that especially in city hotels, food delivery will be huge. The sense of space, as I mentioned before, will be here to stay. I believe that it will be very difficult to go back to crowded places, especially over the following 2 to 3 years after the pandemic. But one thing that it was, in my opinion, the key for hospitality, and that it will not change, is people, and the genuine care, and that a smile. And this is still as important, and this is here to stay, and this is something that made as well a destination as Bali very unique, and again will make Bali to recover, in my opinion, faster than other destinations.
All right, thank you, Pak Oriol. So to summarize, change is actually immortal, but what stays is the hospitality of the people. The people as an asset to the industry.
Correct.
I think that would be the thing that we need to nurture and embrace once the pandemic is contained, so that we are ready for providing a better service to the international tourists. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I think we have covered several questions already because we have 45 minutes already covered. So, ladies and gentlemen, that last question answered by Pak Oriol already conclude our session for 45 minutes. And thank you so much once again, Pak Oriol,
Terima kasih. Thank
for
you.
being with us. It's such a good discussion.
Thank
And then, in a quick summary, we should really strengthen the strategy and the revival plan for hospitality industry in order to stay alert, be agile for any changes in any kind of circumstances that we all really don't know, because this is now still an unprecedented time for each and every one of us. So we are getting ready for everything that probably happen in the future. By setting the priority, shift the strategy to the market that we can still be relied on, keeping up with the manpower quality in terms of strategic training and development, as well as providing a timely and relevant product and services to the market. So that would be the key to survive and revive once the market is rebound and the pandemic is contained. I think that is to summarize our session with Pak Oriol Montal on the presentation that he himself have covered. So we would like to close this session, and I would like to give it to the MC for next arrangement. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for your attention. Good afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give applause again for our first session, first speaker, and our moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, we'll continue to the appreciation session for our speakers and moderator. We invite Igusti Agung Gede Witarsana and also Iwayanogi Santika to come up to the stage to give the certificate and also the souvenir to our speaker and the moderator.
That was quick, right?
Yeah, very quick.
Very quick.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, after this, I would like to invite for the photo session. And also for the next photo session, I would like to invite our second speaker, Ibu Niputu Ayu Petami Jelantik, to come up to the stage, and also with our second moderator to take a picture together with our first speaker. And for our supervisor and also for the online participant in this Widyatula meeting room, we invite to come up to in front of the stage to take a picture together. And for the all audience, the participant, online participant, we hope you that turn on your camera because we also have a photo station together with you. Well, ladies and gentlemen, as they acknowledge that all of the online participants that present in Widyatula meeting room has already taken the rapid test, including the technician also yesterday. So once again, I would like to invite to the offline participant in this MICE Widyatula meeting room to take a picture in front of the stage. Okay, let me counting by the MC. Okay. Okay, so Ibu Niluh Ari Petami Jelantik directly give us the souvenir. Thank you very much. Okay, we come up to the photo session. We'll be counting by MC. We give thanks to Ibu Niluh Putu Ari Petami Jelantik for give us the souvenir. So we will take for the photo session. So let me counting by here. Everybody stand up. 1, 2, 3. Okay, once again. 1, 2, 3. Wonderful. Thank you very much. Thank you very much for all the speakers and moderator. We invite to come to the have a seat. Well, ladies and gentlemen, in this online participant, we already reached 390 participants today. Thank you very much for Oriol Montal. That's such a great presentation, and also thank you very much for our moderator Krishna Arya. Thank you very much for lead this session very clear. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you still 100 with us, because we will continue to our second plenary session. So as you can see in your Zoom, in the stage, this already our second speaker. She is the international designer that always proud with our local wisdom, and also the owner of the Jelantik brand. And I would like to introduce to you our second speaker, Niluh Putu Ari Pertami Jelantik. And in this great season, there will be led by our moderator. And I would like to introduce to you Dera Nikade Juli Restitiati Emhum. Yeah, our speaker and our moderator since have to prepare for the microphone. Well, ladies and gentlemen, while we're waiting for the preparation of the moderator and speaker, I would like to say thank you for our sponsorship. I Love Bali Seminyak, Omsa Medik, Phenom Event Indonesia, Waterboom Bali, Bakti Villa, Desri Umah Kebaya, J4 Hotel Legian, Nubadi Hair, Nura Dekorasi, Pramana Experience, PT Bali Agung Waters, PT Bali Digital Expert, PT Central Retail Indo Dewata, PT Supra Primatama Nusantara, Stala Ubud Bali, Langon Bari Resort and Spa, Ayo Printing Bali, Desri Pai Susu Bali, Fame Hotel Sunset Road, K2 Property, Kakula Authentic Japanese Cushion, Kurnia Floris, LPD Poh Gading, and PT Tirta Investama. And also I would like to thank you very much for our media partner, Punapi Bali, Bali Now, Tabanan Info, Kabar Badung, Info DPS, dan Sirah Bali Info. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I would like to welcome Niluh Putu Ari Pertami Jelantik and Dera Nikade Juli Restitiati Hemum. For the moderator, time is yours.
Thank you, Sinta, the master of ceremony of this conference. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen who are in this room and also joining the conference virtually. Let me start with the greeting. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera untuk kita semua. Namo Buddhaya, salam kebajikan. Salam Indonesia Maju. Well, ladies and gentlemen, the keynote speakers, paper presenters, the board of directors of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, and also I would like to address a warm welcome to Mr. Dr. Yahyadin, the representative of the Lombok Tourism Polytechnic. Thank you very much for coming, sir. The head of Research Center and Community Service of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, Mr. Igusti Ngurah Agung Suprastayasa, Master of Science. Thank you for coming, sir. And also, I would like to welcome the great team of the student Class B, Hotel Administration, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Thank you so much for the amazing work. And I forget, I also would like to address the study program head, Mr. Gusti Agung Witarsana. Thank you so much. Well, this morning, we have to thank God, the Almighty, because of His grace and mercy, we can gather here together to join the International Hospitality, Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference managed by Hotel Administration Student Class B. And now we're coming to the second plenary session with a very amazing speaker, Ibu Niluh Ari Pertami Jelantik. Please give a warm welcome and big applause to her. Ladies and gentlemen, talking about her, I think everybody in this room know her very well. And I think most of the people in Indonesia know her very well because her profile has been covered in numerous magazines, national and international media. And reading about her CV, we come to a conclusion. She is a very amazing and extraordinary person. So I'm a Balinese, I'm very proud to have her here and feel honored to accompany here. I would like to inform about her very detailed, but I wonder it will cut the time of her presentation. So now let's welcome Ibu Niluh Jelantik. And she will talk about the topic entitled The Role of Local Wisdom and Culture for Recovering the Hospitality Business in the Middle of Pandemic. The time is yours, Ibu Niluh Jelantik.
Thank you so much, Ibu. Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi.
Selamat pagi, Ibu.
Selamat pagi.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Rahajeng Semeng. Before I start my story and also representing Bali people's story, let me start with Salam Panganjali Umat. Om Swastiastu. Well, as most of the students and also our kesayangan that are in this room, I think most of us, we haven't met before, but maybe we seen each other maybe on social media and also on the internet. Thank you very much. First of all, I would like to thank you very much to the Polytechnic Park Bali for the opportunity.
Thank you,
And also to my beautiful Ibu Julie.
Thank you.
For the opportunity to be given for me to sit down next to her, such a remarkable lady. And we had a very short conversation, but we know the friendship is there already, right?
Thank you.
Thank you very much for the time and opportunity given to me. My sincere apology that I am not a native speaker and nor I have any experiences and also formal education in English university. I've been using English for quite some time since I was very young, because my mom and I, and also most of our family, we grew up on the street. As you may know, Kintamani is quite famous as a village that creates lots of trader, what we call now like small entrepreneur. And this is how I learned my English. And Polytechnic Par, as the state-owned university, has been always my dream place to study since many years ago. And this is a very great opportunity for you during the pandemic, because for the last 14 months we haven't received much tourism, we haven't received much people visiting us, and I think this is the time for us to reset, to rebrand Bali the way it should be, to rebrand Bali the way we want it to be, as a place, as a beautiful place, not only for the tourists themselves, but also for the Balinese people. Have we done that? Have we fully supporting that kind of system? You have the big space here, you have the most beautiful school, tourism school, one of the most beautiful tourism school in this country. You have all the media, all the teachers, all the professors, all the playground that are next to you, which is the ITDC. I believe that once you graduated from this university, I believe that you will be able to contribute right away in a way that Bali needs. Because tourism is not only about people coming in and enjoy the facility, it's not only about people coming in and enjoy the scenery, it's not about that. It's not only about that. It is about people to people. It is about how you learn not only about management, you learn not only about administration, not only about hospitality, in a way that you say, Om Swastiastu, good morning, welcome to our hotel. That is only the beginning. But the main purpose is how you represent Bali in a way that this is our Bali. And you cannot make everybody happy. You can only choose. We can only, how do you call it? I've been always, Ibu Julie, I've been always saying this for many, many years. Long time ago, way before the pandemic, way before all this craziness around us. I've been always saying to the media, also to people who interview me, I've been always saying that Bali will be drawn by its charm if we are not able to preserve our culture, our people, the main asset itself. Bali will be drawn with overdevelopment, with over-mass tourism. And at the end of the day, it doesn't matter what you study here, it doesn't matter what you learn here. If Bali is no longer a peaceful, a happy place that used to be for the tourism, then we're going to lose you. Why? Because you will be going to another country, you will be going to another places, and we won't have the best of you. I hope you understand what I mean, because Bali people, the best hospitality industry sources is coming from this school. If you learn, most of our general manager, most of our marketing director, sales director in most of the 5-star hotels and also the luxury villa is coming from this school. So we have to be able to preserve, to maintain your playground. We have to be able to take good care of it, so that in the future, you or your children will be able to, how do you call it, will be able to continue the legacy of what we have left you when we will not be here anymore. Yeah. So talking about applying local wisdom, talking about applying cultural in the tourism, it has been the talk and the talk and the talk for many, many years. It has been used by politicians. It has been used by people to get sympathy from other people. Have we applied that? Have we really put it in our heart that actually we have what we called it desa adat? That has been here for generations? Have we really maximized that? This is your homework to answer. During the pandemic, we have seen many hotel collapses. We have seen many businesses are no longer there. We have seen so many countless shops that are closed. And you don't see that they will be reopening again. We have seen hundreds of thousands of our friends and family losing their jobs. And now I'm sitting here in front of you, talking about what? Let me read. Okay, this is what I received. I will need to read it. I'm not using any text to explain to you what I'm going to explain to you, because this is sincerely from the bottom of my heart as a Balinese people that really love my country, and I believe that what I will be telling you, what I will be sharing with you, it will be part of the important key how Bali will gain their confidence, how Bali will rebound, how Bali will be coming back again to the action. Then we can say Bali is back. Bali kembali. Bali kembali and Bali is back will not be just a word, will not be just a slogan. And so the topic that we will be discussing here with Ibu Julie and also with the participants and also with you that are joining our meeting online. Thank you very much for the time. And please have some paper and books with you or a pen so you can write down some of the important points that I will share with you. So now we'll be talking about the role of local wisdom and culture of Indonesia for recovering hospitality industry in the middle of pandemic. The role of local wisdom. See, it holds very important part, not only for Bali, but also for many, many areas in Indonesia and also in most of the countries in Southeast Asia and also in Asia who has been applying their local wisdom seriously. We need to take the example of Thailand. Thailand has been receiving more than 30 million tourists in 2018. More than 30 million. We get 1/3 of that, right, Ibu?
Less.
And why they are so famous? What Thailand have that we don't have? Tell me. Do you want to talk about beautiful beaches? We also have beautiful beaches. We talk about culture. We have extensive and diverse and multicultural culture with the most comprehensive languages, art, and you name it. The people, we have one of the most smiling people in the world. Balinese was born to serve. Balinese, they smile since they were born. You know what I mean? When millions of people coming to Bali, you know what they say? The moment I arrive in the airport, I see that smile and I know that I'm in Bali. Can we keep that? Still we keep that. This is a very important point because I need to be honest with you. Because I'll be talking to you representing the Indonesian people themselves as your future customer, because nowadays we need the local domestic tourism more than ever. Because as long as the international tourism are still closing their borders, we need to rely on our Indonesian fellow.
Thank you so much.
And local wisdom is one of the most important way. We can no longer choosing our customer based on their hair color, based on their skin color, and treating them differently. Bali has been receiving some complaints, and a lot of them. I have to be honest with you. We have over 700,000 kesayangan, and there are no days that I never pass a message for them to come to Bali. Every day, every time. Every day I told them, every time I told them, come to Bali. We are waiting for you. And every time they pass the complaints, they will tell me, yeah, but Mbok Nilu, we've been coming to Bali for many times. And sometimes, not every time. You know, in bahasa what we call it, rusak susu sebelanga karena nila setitik. Do you understand what I mean? So million of smile faces that we've been offering to everybody who come to this island. And suddenly, in a matter of seconds, not only the pandemic is killing the economy, but also we have to regain the trust. Many smiling faces just because of one arrogant faces, just because of one hotels or restaurants that are not giving the proper services to the customer, and then it affects the whole Bali. It affects the whole tourism. And this is something that we really have to work on together. So do you know what I told them when I've been receiving thousands of messages? Every time we change the law, every time the government or I don't know who changing the law that affect thousands of hotels, affect thousands of restaurants, affecting the airlines and everyone that involves inside the industry. Every time I will be receiving thousands of messages because they know they have one person to talk to in Bali, Mbok Nilu. But my hands are tied. So all I can do, all I can say is to tell them, just come. Just come to Bali. Whatever happened in the past, you have not been getting the services, you have not been getting the treatment that you deserve. Please forgive us. So I'm talking on behalf of all Bali people. Please accept our sincere apology and come to Bali in the hope that we will be ready to welcome them, in the hope that we will be ready to serve them again and love them with all of our heart more than ever. We should not be caring anymore for the color of their sandals, for the clothing that they are wearing. No, all we can say is every time Indonesian people, it doesn't matter where they come from, or every time tourists set their foot in the airport or in the buses terminal, we will welcome them all. We will tell them, welcome home. No longer welcome to Bali, but we will tell them, welcome home. In bahasa, we called it mulai dari nol. Just like in every gas station saying, mulai dari nol Pak, mulai dari nol Bu. This is what we should do. Resetting it, rebranding it. rebranding it as Bali that people used to love, that Bali that people still love. I've seen the presentation before. It was such a beautiful presentation, really representing the feeling of all the hotels are having right now. But it has to be aligned with the people. You have 1,000 people working in one hotel, for example. They're all coming from different kabupaten. They're all coming from different villages, right? What we can do to get up together, to restart again, not only to think about, oh yeah, my hotel occupancy has to be at this percentage, or my restaurant seat booking has to be at this percentage, but we need also to think about another way of marketing. We need to also to think about another way of selling. We need to know, maybe it has been done by most of the hotels. Let's see the closest people that can be our main marketing asset, which is our staff. Be it housekeeping department, be it the front office department, be it the reservation department. Let's check where they come from. Oh yeah, they're coming from Karangasem, they're coming from Klungkung, they're coming from Gianyar, they're coming from Denpasar or Buleleng or Jembrana. And then, once we have the tourists, once we have the people coming to our hotels, we can give them some special programs. Today, our housekeeping supervisor from Karangasem, from Sidemen Village, will be taking you to a tour, intimate tour. So you know, you will find out where are all the most beautiful woven fabric coming from. As another experience tourism, right? That involves everyone, that bringing everyone together. So it is no longer about occupancy rate. It is no longer about how many people, the maximum people that I can bring to this island. But it is also the way for us to bring back Bali the way it used to be. Bali has been famously known by the foreigners since 1900. Why people coming to Bali? On the first place, there were no hotels at the time. There were no like fancy restaurants at the time, let alone the nightclub and also the beach club. They're coming here because they're amazed. They fell in love with the island, the people and the culture, and also the nature itself as a whole package. They come and they fell in love and they decide to stay. We've seen some artists, some painter, some very famous people that decided to choose Bali as their second home. We've seen them here. And today, in 2021, our homework is more difficult than before. You need to drive them maybe 50, 60 kilometers away from the civilization for the tourists to see the villages that are still filled with coconut tree, for example. So what can you do? What can we do? We can talk about local wisdom. We can talk countless times about local wisdom. We can stay here for 8 hours and talking about it. But by talking about it, by just talking about it, it will not bring anything. It will not bring the food on your plate. It will not bring the people come to this island. We will need to apply it, not only talking about it. Nilu Jelantik has been doing it for many, many years. We run our small businesses in a handmade creation, in a handcrafted shoes. And for thousands of our local clients, it is not only about a pair of shoes that fit. For them, Nilu Jelantik is about dream. For them, Nilu Jelantik is a pair of shoes that they will buy someday. They will go to that shop right at the end of Seminyak Road. They will go there. Once they make their first income, they will go there and they will buy the pair of their dream shoes. That is Nilu Jelantik representing the brand. That how Nilu Jelantik differentiate themselves from the rest of the brand. And Bali has been doing it for many, many years, way before I was born, way before my mother was born. Can we just preserve it? We don't have to do a lot of things today, right? We don't have to, how do you call it? We don't have to rebuild the Desa Adat, for example. We don't have to rebuild the ancient village, for example. We just have to take good care of it. We just have to give our energy, our power, our ability to communicate through our social media, through our mobile phone, through everything that you can do to pass the message to the people out there. This is Bali. This is a home that I was born, and I'm proud to call it home, and I'm very happy, and I'm looking forward to welcoming you in our hometown or in our Bali villages and whatever. How you want to say it? We've been living every day, every minute with the local wisdom in our mind, in our heart. All the habits, right? The Balinese habit, medalokan, all the ceremony, the wedding, when you were born, 3 months and 6 months, and all the relation that we have with our God, it turns into a celebration. Bali is all about celebration. You even celebrate when people are dead, right? You have your own way to celebrate it. It's the island of celebration. And for the last 14 months, it has been stopped. So when you stop celebrating, people are stopped also making money. Why is that? Because when you are no longer going to the temple, meaning the weaver in Klungkung or in Gianyar or in some other part of the villages, they are no longer working. The people who make the offering, who prepare you the offering that you present every morning to God, they are no longer working, let alone the tourism industry itself. Thousands of rooms has been closing down, and lots of hotels and villas, they are permanently closed down. So talking about local wisdom and culture that we can apply in our everyday life, when we live the way we live, the way we would like to be treated, this should be applied to the tourists, okay? It's very important for the student also of this university that you maximize your time to learn, to study, to listen from your lecturer. I know it is hard for you now to study online. It is not easy for you now to concentrate because all the distraction coming from your phone has been distracting you from your relationship with your teacher. I've been receiving lots of students almost every day in our facility, Ibu. And every time I see them from different university, we receive, how do you call it? Because I've been doing quite a few of webinar and seminar online, and in the past, we've been doing lots of seminar and also talk show and also meeting offline, where I can hold thousands of students, you know, and I've been doing this around the country. And I leave them a simple message that talk to your teacher. talk to your lecturer, talk to your school, make a proper letter, requesting them that you can open the school in a small scale. Or you can help all those hotels, all those, small and medium enterprises, all those local traders. You can go back to school, take your gear, bring your tools, and start doing it together. If you need any, any safety net based on the regulation that are applied by our government, you just come to our workshop or our atelier. I will hand you a pair of masks as a basic weapon. I called it weapon because, and 90 years ago, you used the bamboo runcing to fight against the, the occupation of the invader. But now we no longer need that. All we need is to follow the rules, what we call it 3M, 3M, to wear your mask, to take your physical distancing, and to always keep on washing your hand with soap. So I've been always telling my students, our students, that Bali will regain its confidence. Bali will be back and receiving the tourism, but I won't see this happening in the very near future, Ibu.
Okay,
and in the meantime, it's time for us to get ready. It is time for us to reset ourselves. And we have thousands of students, we have thousands of young generation on this island. We can encourage them. Instead of hanging out in coffee shop or instead of getting busy with that phone, which is, I think that they spend a lot of time on that phone, looking at the things that they should not be looking, send them to the villages. Polytechnic is sending 100 or 90 of their students to each kabupaten to be giving English lesson, for example, or to be giving, hospitality services lesson, for example. I hope that because what I will be sharing with you here is the general condition, the main thing that we will need to do hand in hand. And what I will be telling you now is very relevant, that you will understand the position of your friends, of your family, who are losing their job, who no longer run their own business. And in every classes, I usually have a classes with 1,000 people or up to 2,000 people in one time. And I always tell them before the class started, I always tell them one very basic thing. Because I have lots of teachers has been complaining and has been telling me something like this. Mbak Nilu, the only speaker, the only teacher that we invite that are able to stop the student from playing their phone is you. You know why I say that? Because we don't see it, we don't feel the problems are coming. We don't feel it yet. We are still busy asking our money, our pocket money to our parents, asking the latest motorbike from our parents, asking the mobile phone from our parents. But when it comes to school, when it comes to study, we tend to forget that our parents are working very hard to be able to feed us, to send us to the best university, and yet when we are in the class, we are not listening to them. If you are not listening to your teacher in the room, how are you going to listen to a problem that you will be facing out there? So I always tell the student, be it 10 people or 1,000 people, everyone who doesn't have a phone here, there will be no hand rising. Okay, who has a social media here? And they didn't know. They didn't know what will be going on later on. They were so proud. They would be like, wait, this is my phone, Mbok Nilu. So thousands of students will be raising their hand with the phone in their hands. And I said, okay, it's time to take selfie. That was before the pandemic, Bapak. Okay, let's take selfie. Take a selfie with your teacher, with your lecturer, with the students from different university that are sitting next to you. Take a selfie now, okay, 30 seconds, and then post it. And then you need to put a caption. Thank you, Bali. Thank you, the name of your school. Thank you, my teacher, the name of your favorite teacher, for giving us all the opportunity to study, to live, and to, to enjoy Bali Island the way we deserve it. And then they have to post it on their social media. So you can imagine 1,000 people posting what is happening that morning in their social media. It is a massive way of marketing. So let's translate it to tourism industry. Let's translate it to hospitality industry. Imagine 500 of waste in management staff, 500 of, let's say, another hotel staff, and they will be making a post on the same exact day. And that will be done by all hotels in Bali. You can imagine the impact? And all the influencer, I'm talking about the influencer, the celebrity, the movie star, and whoever you are, who come to Bali, who enjoy Bali as your second home, this is time for you to giving it forward. To you who has like, I don't know, 1 million followers, 10,000 followers, 100,000 followers, it is time for you also to take your phone, to pick up your phone, and to get the message from all these hotels people, or tourism people, or people who are living in Bali, who need it to be, how do you call it, not taken care of, but who need the support more than ever. You will be sending that message through your social media. And you will need to do it for free. You don't ask, you don't come here to ask the hotels to pay you for the, for the rooms that you'll be staying in or for the food that you'll be eating. So I'm calling out all the influencer, all the social media celebrity, all those of you who has influence over Indonesian people. It is time for you to help Indonesia the way Indonesia are also helping you to go to that level, gaining millions of followers, getting billions of rupiah of income. Because if the Indonesian people are not following you, then you will be going back to nothing. You will be just someone with a phone. So now it is time to giving it forward, to say that we are together on this, and we'll be working together hand in hand. We will do our best to help Indonesia, to help Bali, to help the nation. So this is why I'm telling you the true story, because it is related. And I hope my words, what I've been telling you now will be, how do you call it, will be received as a message from a friend. like what I heard from Mas Menteri Sandiaga Uno yesterday. He was saying, a friend in need is a friend indeed. So apply that word, not just by saying how much, but by saying how we can be help for you. And you can do it in any way, in many ways possible. And I really hope, I sincerely hope, Ibu, that Poltek Par, as soon as possible, we can also ask the Ministry of Tourism to give the way how they can support. That Poltek Par will be sending, let's say, thousands of students to each kabupaten and to blend with the people there to know every problems they have, every obstacle they have. And then when it comes to the 17th of August, the day we declare our independence, they can be coming back again together to this school and announce, this is what I learned from my hometown. Many things that I haven't known yet, many things that I don't know yet, that actually this is our home, Bali. And as much as the tourists are coming to Bali because they fell in love with Bali itself, we also have to apply to that feeling to ourselves. How much we love Bali as a place where we were born, where we were raised, and where we will be closing our eyes and say goodbye. Thank you very much for the time. I hope it will give you some ideas, and my sincere apology again for the emotional speech, the emotional message, because what I believe is Bali will be back to its feet, but we cannot do it ourselves. We will need to have a regulation that are working well, Ibu, and coordinating well between the Indonesian government, pemerintah pusat, and also with Bali government. So simple things, simple, how do you call it, simple troubles won't be happening again. Because, okay, I need one more minute, okay? Let me tell you experience, my experiences that I faced 2 weeks ago, okay? Very important because it is not on the news, it's not widely spread by people on social media. I went to Jakarta to have a meeting with the Minister of Religion, with Gus Yakut. Yeah. I was supposed to go for 1 day. So yes, I did my test and I went to Jakarta. And as I checked the rules, as I checked my phone, the regulation that applied by Bali government was that everybody come to Bali, you need to have the result at maximum 2 times 24 hours, right? Yes. Okay, so I thought at the time it was safe for me. I did the test the day before in the afternoon, and I will stay 1 night. So I had my meeting with the minister, and then I stayed for 1 night, and then the next day I had to come back to Bali because I had another work to do. So I took the taxi and went to the airport with the feeling that everything was going to be okay. And as soon as I arrived in the airport, check in my luggages, and choosing the seat that I will be in the plane. And then I have to verify my health document. And that's the problem, where the problem starts, Ibu. My document get rejected. This is very important because I'm not talking on my behalf. I'm talking about the behalf of the thousands of tourists that are possibly in the same plane with me, that are possibly also planning their time to come to Bali, that has been saving for months to be able to come to the, to their dream island. So yes, I got stopped. I got rejected. I was not able to come home that day. I lost my flight. I missed my flight. And then I had to fight with everyone. And then I learned. I learned that night, because I was fighting so hard that I was saying that, no, my government is saying this thing. My test is still valid, 2 times 24 hours. And then the official officer showing me another regulation that for Bali, Sorong, and some other province, we can only receive people who has the maximum validity of the 1 times 24 hours. So the rules are not much here. And this is our main problem, actually, communication. It doesn't matter how beautiful hotel you have. It doesn't matter how beautiful island you have. When the rules are not matched, nothing will happen. When the rules are not matched, the tourists will be going away. So this is a social media, because when I posting, when I write it down, it's going to create chaos. It's going to create such a controversy. And I decided at the time to pass it internally with the stakeholder, with also the government related, and yeah, it is a very important issue that has to be fixed as soon as possible, because what Pak Jokowi has been saying, that Bali will be open in June or July 2020, it will not become reality if the rules doesn't match. Thank you very much.
All right. Ibu Niloh Jelantik, thank you so much for your clear, meaningful, and worthy presentation for us here. Sorry? Yes. Should I open it?
Hey.
Okay. Once again, Ibu, thank you so much
With
for
pleasure.
your clear, meaningful, and worthy presentation. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all about Ibu Niloh Jelantik's presentation about the role of local wisdom and culture in recovering hospitality industry in this middle pandemic. I would like to highlight in some words. She put the importance of culture, local wisdom preservation as the main attraction of Bali. Not only in talks and slogan, but also in action, in implementation. She also gave emphasis on the coordination. The last one, she emphasized on how important is the communication. So all parties in this hospitality industry must work hand in hand, work together to make it real, so we can rebrand and reset Bali as a culture and experience destination. So let's give a big applause to Ibu Niloh Jelantik once again. Ibu, we have a question from
Randy.
Yes, from Randy, Tourism Department Gorontalo. This is in North Sulawesi. So the question is, what is your opinion about the changes of tourist pattern become personalized, localized, and smaller size? How the impact on tourism sector, and how do Balinese entrepreneurs adapt to this?
Good afternoon, Randy. Hi from all of us in Bali. We are on the same ocean, may not be on the same boat, but we are on the same ocean here, and it's not very easy at the moment. The personalized tourism, localized, and also smaller size tourism has been always the, how do you call it, the intention of Bali itself. Bali has been always positioning itself as the intimate destination, experience destination. since way before the internet, exist. But as time goes by, we have seen overdevelopment, we have seen overbuilding, we have seen that, that the culture itself are still able to preserve themselves with all the activities, because as you know, Bali is the island of celebration. Therefore, since we wake up until we went to bed, we have our own way to, to say our thanks, to say our gratitude to God. And in a way, it is part of the personalized service that can be done from, by the Balinese people. Right now, I mean, it is not an easy, an easy move or an easy solution for us, because for the last few years, Bali has been known as the cheap destination.
Oh, really?
Yes. Lots of people, you can check on the internet, lots of people will be saying like this, okay, where do we go now? Okay, let's check on the promotion price, let's check on the ticket price, let's check on the room price, and Bali come on the top, because Bali can serve everyone, from the 5-star hotels to the small, small intimate homestay,
Small scale.
yeah, small scale hotel. Then we can serve them all. But that is not the point, Ibu. Yes. That is not the point. Like what I explained before, we will need to go back to our roots. That we cannot make everybody happy.
Yes.
That we cannot, serve everybody. We
cannot ease anybody.
Yes. And I'm not talking about price. I'm not talking about choosing the client based on their economy ability. No, I'm talking about choosing the client based on their, on their quality. And you can come to the small homestay in the north of Bali, or you can also stay in the 5-star hotels in Nusa Dua. You'll be all getting the same treatment, and you'll be all giving the same love to Bali people. And how the Balinese entrepreneur react to this, there will be there will be some adjustment need to be made.
Yes.
First of all, we need to explain, we need to share, we need to show to our future tourists to be that you come to Bali, you will first meet the people.
Yeah, that's right.
And we have to apply that not only based on the theory itself, that you know, that come to Bali, we give you everything. Come to Bali, we give you anything. Come to Bali, it will be it will be all at a discounted price or cheap price. No. Come to Bali as our home. I mean, when you go to your home, when you go to your friend's home, you will not see it as with disrespect eyes, right?
Yes.
So so Balinese people need to, especially the entrepreneur, be it in the hospitality industry, we need to, like what I said before, we need to rebrand ourselves.
Yes.
And to adapt, it's not very difficult, Ibu. To adapt is when you use to receive your tourists or your guests offline, you open your door to them and tell them, welcome home, thank you so much for staying with us. The adaptation, you don't need much to adapt, but you need to diverse. You need to, you need to put your eggs not only on one basket anymore. We used to be so dependent on tourism. We used to be so dependent on tourism so much that when pandemic hit us, it gets hurt. Everybody gets hurt. Not only the government, but also most important are the people. So we need to adapt. Like Randy said, yes, how are we going to adapt? We're going to use the technology. We're going to maximize the technology. A hotel is not going to be only a hotel that receives guests, but the hotel or restaurants or homestay, beside receiving guests, they will become an experience place to be. So meaning we will maximize all the potential, source of culture and also art in our each villages, and we will sell them. That you will need to spend some money to be able to to pay when our daughter are dancing, doing their Balinese dancing, for example, or where you want to send your children to go to the Bali Banjar to learn how to dance with the local villages. And so the adaptation is mostly using technology and also to maximize the skill of how you will communicate with them, online or offline. And I suggest that I need to ask you, do you have any, specific languages that the student can learn
other
here?
than English? Yes, we have Japanese, German, and French. Yes.
Japanese, German, and French. So people who are living in Japan and German and France, don't worry. Bali will be receiving you in the languages that you wish to be graded. But I believe that Mandarin is also a way, Ibu.
Oh, yes, yes. Yeah, we used to have the Mandarin teacher, a native speaker of Mandarin, but yes, no more.
As we know that the tourists from mainland China,
yes,
they hold the #1 rank, right?
Yes.
They hold the #1 rank in Indonesia. So I urge you, whoever you are, I was passing the message to my best friend. I have a senior, Redianiasa here, my best friend since I was a kid. And we have quite a few friends who are really fluent in Mandarin. I suggest you, Balinese people, I know that we are very proud with our Balinese languages. Our languages is the most beautiful, one of the most beautiful language in the world. I know that, but at the same time, you will need to learn to speak second or the third or the fourth languages, global languages that you will need. And I would like to see when we will be ready, when Bali will be ready, opening the island to the tourists, and when we will be still expecting the China as our main tourist, the quality China, tourists that will come to Bali, we will be able to provide 100% of Bali-based guide, 100% of Bali-based speaker that are able to cater them. Because you expect 1 million people to come here, so you will need to have at least 1,000 people, 1,000 Bali-based people that will have to be fluent in that language, Ibu. So yeah, I hope that Polytechnic Par will open again that class.
Yes.
Very, very useful.
Yes.
Yeah, our daughter, she's 12 years old, and she started Mandarin classes since 2 weeks ago. Besides that, she's fluent in French. She's also fluent in English, and also, of course, Bahasa Indonesia. And I believe that that because we have the tourism as our main source of industry in Bali, I really believe that we need more than 1,000 generation of people that are able to speak Mandarin fluently. Yes.
Well, thank you so much, Ibu, for your answer to Randy's question. Ladies and gentlemen, the time constrains us somehow. Yeah, I got a message from the committee. Actually, there are many questioners who addressed the question to Ibu Niluh, but because of time, we have to end up this presentation. Ibu Niluh, again, thank you so much, and we are, you are highly appreciated to contribute
If
your
I can,
essay.
if I can read,
thank you so much.
If I can read a small speech, because okay, I'll be reading like one sentence.
Yeah.
I mean, now that we are here, so I'm here anyway, right? It is not very easy for all of you guys to invite me or to meet me, and usually you will need 6 months in advance to be able to make me to come in your room. So take the most of me, right? Okay. And now we have time restriction here, but when it comes to fighting for pandemic, we already have 14 months in waiting time, right? So let me pass you the small messages that that I will be sharing with you. Very important for Indonesian people and also for the Balinese people in how that we are going to fight the pandemic together. Gotong royong economic development. We all know about gotong royong, right? We all understand gotong royong. You start it from the very smallest scale of your activities. You helping your neighbor carrying his plants, that is called gotong royong. You visiting your how do you call it, your best friend home in another hometown to help them to, how do you call it, to arrange their cultural ceremony. That is gotong royong. And this gotong royong is now needed more than ever. Local wisdom is aligned with gotong royong. You cannot bring Bali the way it should be. You cannot bring back Bali from the dead, because now Bali is kind of like mati suri, right? You cannot bring it back only by doing selfie and by how do you call it, by looking at your phone and not maximizing the technology. And gotong royong is now needed more than ever. The idea of gotong royong, which means mutual assistance or communal work, in Indonesia has been applied from generation to generation, so that it forms a real social behavior which establishes social life value. And I believe all of you are coming from the village, right?
Yes.
All of you have your own hometown. Do you know your neighbor now? Do you know? Do you say hello to your neighbor next door, next to your home? Or are you busy on your phone, on Instagram, posting your life, personal life, or on the TikTok? Doing this dance, And what brings you? Are you going to have 1 million followers the next day? No. You're going to make TikTok rich. But if you have something to sell, do TikTok. I suggest that. But only when you have something to sell. So in village, people work hand in hand to create many things for the society goodness, or to help individuals who face an obstacle. This collective work does not demand any compensation. Does not demand any compensation. This is why I'm telling you before what I explained to you, that all the celebrities, social media influencer, every one of you who have a phone, you need to start now. How to work hand in hand to rebuild the country and to gain the confidence of the nation, and especially for Bali. And then we have our 8 hours of working time. We have our 8 hours of our professional time, and we still have another 16 hours. You use that 8 hours to work, another 8 hours to sleep, and the other 8 hours to enrich your experience, to enrich your knowledge, to enrich, how do you call it, to get to know, to give more knowledge to you about, how do you call it, the island that you're living on. This is what I called a real gotong royong that are aligned with the social wisdom. So you cannot just apply that on the template or on the, how do you call it, on the presentation for the sake of presentation, but you have to apply it. And all the people here in this room, I suggest you to put your phone down first. All you need to do when the event is finished, when this seminar is finalized and we shake hands and I say goodbye, all you need to do is to say hello to someone who lives in your hometown that are away from your village. Can you do that?
Yes.
Yeah. Say hello to them and tell them, I miss you. How is it going? Okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
We will.
Yeah. Because don't expect you will be getting the nice welcome when you, how do you call it, when you forget the basic things in humanity, communication. Okay? So thank you very much for the time. Thank you very much for your precious time. Tomorrow I would like you to start to rebuild Bali, to rebrand Bali, and to make your life all more meaningful, more than before, more than ever. So in 10 years from now, you'll be looking back and you will tell me, Mbok Niluh, you were right. I don't regret our meeting that day. And my life has changed so much since that day. That will be the message that you will be giving me in 10 years from now. Thank you very much. Big love.
Yes. Ibu Niluh, thank you so much for your message. Okay. Be back again to the master.
Ladies and gentlemen, that was our second session of plenary session. We will continue to the appreciation session for our speakers and also the moderator. We will invite Dr. Muhyahyadin MM and Yogi Santika to come up to the stage to give the certificate and souvenir to our moderator and speaker. Thank you very much for Ibu Niluh Putu Ari Pertami Jelantik and also Der Anikade Julie Restiti M. Hum for our second plenary session this afternoon. Ladies and gentlemen, that's our plenary session. We will still have more speaker in the next session. For the next agenda, you are cordially invited to have the lunch break. The lunch is held on the ground floor of this building. The committee will escort you to the venue. And for the online participant, get ready because we have a door prize session again. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we will continue with our door prize session. For the first session is for lucky draw again. So we have in total 3 door prize that will be delivered for our winners. Okay, for the first lucky winner is congratulations for the Janeline Ocho. Congratulations, you win 1 Netflix premium account for 3 months subscription. And for the next winner is Jubal Bardos Muicho. Congratulations, you are winning 1 spa voucher from Stala Ubud, Bali. And for the third lucky person, the winner is Alex Christian Pekatolo. Congratulations that you win 1 pool delight voucher from Stala Ubud. So for the winners, you will be contacted by our committee through the email that you fill in our form before. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we will have the next session of door prize session, and I would like to invite the participant to answer my question. Okay, so for the online participant that knowing the answer, please raise the hand by click the button of raise hand in your Zoom panel, and then the co-host of our event will be showing your video so you can start for answer. Okay, ladies and gentlemen. So for the first winner will be receive one dine voucher from Kagura Authentic Japanese Cushion worth at 200,000 rupiah. So be ready. And the question is, what is INHEC stand for? Okay. Once again, the question is, what is INHEC stand for? I'm still waiting for the person who raised hand and showing by our host. So the winner will be receive one dine voucher from Kagura Authentic Japanese Cushion. Okay, Jan Lee Bunau. Hello, good afternoon. So, may you answer my question? What is INHEC stand for to winning this voucher? I can hear your voice. Mrs. Jan Lee Bunau. Would you like to answer? Is it still mute, the microphone? Okay, for Mrs. Jan Lee Bunau, we invite you to answer the question through the chat room. Since we find the troubleshoot maybe. Okay, we counting from 3. If there is no answer, then we'll be skip. 2, 1, okay. That's close. We will search for another winners. And the question is same. What is INHEC stand for? Another participant? Okay. Hello, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Okay, may you introduce yourself and answer my question regarding what is INHEC stand for?
Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Daniel Christian. I'm from Bali Tourism Polytechnic. So the answer is International Hospitality, Entrepreneurship, and Innovation Conference.
Great! Congratulations, you win one dine voucher from Kagura Authentic Japanese Cushion, and it will be sent by. For the voucher, could you please send us the email through inhec@ppp.ac.id, or you can see our contact through the website at inhec.com. So we will send the voucher to you. Thank you. Congratulations! Okay, for our last question. So this is will be voucher for 2 person, so you can have a date. So for the second person will be win 2 dine voucher at Warung Ole. Okay, the question is, what is the theme of InHake 2021? Once again, I replay. What is the theme of InHake 2021? Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. One step closer, yeah, to be a winner.
Thank you, thank you.
Okay, could you like to answer my question? What is the theme of InHake 2021?
Yes, thank you for the opportunity. The theme for the InHake 2021 is refocusing and strengthening the hospitality sector with local wisdom and community in the aftermath of COVID-19 pandemic.
Wonderful! Congratulations, you winning 2 dan voucher at Warung Ole. May I know your name?
I am Isha May Siguras from Lyceum of the Philippines University.
Oh, hello from the Philippines.
Hello.
Okay, could you like to please send us the email so we can recognize you are the winner of this session. And if you cannot catch up our email, you can check through our website at hinhake.com.
Okay,
Thank you very much. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the door prize session. And I will get back to you at 1:11 Bali time. Thank you.
team.
Bisnet untuk gaya hidup digital kamu yang lebih seru. Kamu bisa menikmati koneksi internet dan hiburan IPTV dengan resolusi 4G terbaik dari Bisnet. Home internet 75 Mbps mulai dari Rp325.000 per bulan. Dukung semua aktivitas digital kamu seharian, mulai dari ngerjain tugas sekolah, bikin kegiatan usaha, upload download, update sosial media, belanja online sampai e-sports gaming jadi jauh lebih cepat dan stabil. Pakai Bisnet, lebih cepat.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Widyatula meeting room again. We hope you keep your attention to us. We will continue with our last session of plenary agenda. We will invite our third moderator who lead this session through online Zoom meeting. Please welcome to the Zoom IGD Indra Baskara, SST Par MSc PhD.
Hello.
Good afternoon, Bapak Indra.
Yes, good afternoon. Thanks for inviting me for this conference.
Yes, thank you for leading our session. Hope you're doing well. Stay healthy, Pak Indra.
Thank you very much.
And also I would like to invite our speakers. He is the Organizational Behavior and Tourism Management Faculty of Economic Nicolo Cusano University. Please come to the Zoom. Professor Marco Valeri, PhD.
Thank you for the invite. Good morning from Italy, from Rome.
Good morning, Professor Marco Valeri. Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you too.
Okay, I will give this session in Zoom meeting to Bapak Indra Baskara. Pak Indra, the Zoom is yours.
Okay, thank you very much. Hi, everyone. My name is Indra. I'm your moderator for this session. And good afternoon. I hope you are still staying with us, and congratulations for all the door prize winners. Yeah. As we know, the COVID-19 pandemic has followed by social distancing, and the lockdown has hit the tourism industry so hard. As travel restrictions were introduced, information through media became a vital tool for encouraging people to take preventive action. It is essential to know about the media coverage influence on potential travelers' awareness regarding tourism consumption during and then after crisis. For that reason, today we're going to hear from the expert about the impact of COVID-19 media coverage on tourist awareness for future traveling. And please welcome Professor Marco Valeri, PhD from Organizational Behavior and Tourism Management Faculty of Economics, Nicolo Cusano University of Italy. So the procedure of this session, it will be a 30 minutes presentation by Professor Marco Valeri, and it's followed by 15 minutes for question and answer from the audience. Right, so now I will hand it over to Professor Marco Valeri to present his presentation. Professor Valeri, now it's your turn.
Thank you. Thanks for the invite. It's a pleasure for me to attend your conference and discuss with you. For the occasion, I decided to present my last research conduct in collaboration with me two other international colleagues. The title of my discussion, my topic is the organizational impact of COVID crisis on travel perceived risk. The result will be published very soon. Here, what interests for me, give you some important inputs about this important my last research. The aim of this research is to analyze the influence of governance, media coverage, crisis severity, formal travel practice, and COVID impacts on the perceived risk related to travel and tourism during the pandemic in cross countries. We collect the data from a sample of 1845 individuals from more than 12 countries and 4 continents, representing most impacted area in the world in the March and April 2020. A multi-level linear model was applied to predict the perceived risk across countries as a level 2 research unit. The findings confirm the clustering in the data with media coverage, governance, and crisis growth affecting the outcome. There are cross-level interaction effects as the growth rate of the pandemic for country and media coverage impact tourists' perception of risk. Finally, there are lower level direct effects with lower level variable affecting tourists' perceived risks. Originality of this research. This research pinpoints the impact on predictors concerning the country's level during the crisis phase on the perceived risk. Therefore, it gives insight in professional bodies on future concern to be considered during the recovery phases. I begin to present the essential lines of this research. COVID has created important implications as countries close their borders to limit the coronavirus spread. The tourism industry was hit sharply during the crisis peak, with 56% fewer international arrivals until May 2020. Several papers state how the second wave of COVID could look like while destinations want to relaunch tourism for the sake of economic survival. After a crisis, tourism recovery is related to managing public perception through communication and information channels. It is essential to have public about crisis providing realistic assessments of potential risks without creating stress. Studies have also proved that media play an important role in destination image and tourist interactions to visit. The concept of media coverage has not been analyzed in tourism research, especially during a global health crisis where countries face asymmetric outbreaks with various responses. We reviewed 3 directions. 1, media coverage during a crisis as devastating to the image of a destination and enhancing the perceived risk. 2, strategies to handle media during the crisis. And 3, tourist sensitivity to adverse news shocks. Further, research presents examples and case studies of both organizational crisis and natural disaster worldwide. As governments introduced the travel restriction March and April 2020, information through media became a vital tool for encouraging people to take preventive measures. Accurate information by the media can minimize misinformation and reducing public anxiety and fears. Therefore, it is essential to study the media coverage influence on risk perception during the pandemic period. The media deliver information about public health issues as a catalyst to community perception of risk. Television, news as a general media are means to influence perceived risk. Various travel risk dimensions are also studied, including disease, risk, and travel cost and inconvenience. According to community subjective estimation of potential adverse health-related incidents are considered as a risk perception. 2 main dimensions are severity and susceptibility. Severity and susceptibility. Severity reflects the perception of how disease can be. So, susceptibility refers to one's perception of the probability of acquiring the infection. Besides, some studies analyze additional risk dimension like one, functional risk related to the product itself, two, time risk associated with time loss during quarantine or cancellations of tourism products, three, financial risk, and four, physical risk associated to travel's own health. Finally, a massive wave of studies has been released from January to October 2020, most of which focus on the impact of the crisis or the perception of risk on one specific country. Thus, given the discussed literature, this study has two main lines. First, it presents a brief chronology of the crisis severity and impacts on the tourism supply chain in the selected countries. And second, it investigates the influence of media coverage, governance, and crisis severity on the perceived risk during the pandemic, while outline the differences in outcome between countries. This leads us to state the main research questions. One, does the perceived risk related to travel and tourism varies across countries? Two, is there a relationship between risk perception and outbound behavior, tourists' behavior? Three, do media usage, frequency, and media coverage impact the country levels perceived risk compound? Four, do contextual factors at country level account for variation across countries? The research hypotheses are follow. H1, the perceived risk varies across countries. H2, media coverage impacts positively on the perceived risk related to travel and tourism. H4, crisis growth rate impacts positively on the perceived risk related to tourism and travel. H5, predictor of the perceived risk related to travel and tourism across countries. In this context, I want to avoid the presenting the literature. I'm pleased to go and describe survey sample and the important conclusions. When the paper will publish, you can read this paper completely, okay? Several studies try to approach the different ways through which governments can manage crisis. Formal framework I proposed with specific functional structure and information flows. A few of the proposed crisis management frameworks are quite general and other are focused on knowledge management systems. Several studies have contributed to the literature during the last 10 years ago on pandemic disease like Ebola, SARS, swine flu, and MERS were quite critical for humanity in several ways. Several data set from these periods were analyzed in a way to create outcomes. Besides specific case studies from affect destination were studies providing interesting conclusions. Destinations like Hong Kong, Singapore, and Korea during SARS, and Brunei during swine flu were studied mainly on the impact on tourism and overall economy. Besides, a lot of colleagues presented important frameworks through connection between the pre-mentioned studies and strategic decision making. Such management frameworks, especially for the hospitality and tourism industry, were proposed directly from expert responses during opinion mining. Finally, a more massive wave of papers have been published during the last months, all COVID-related. The main direction were the impact of the crisis on tourism, on individual countries, and the perceived the risk related to the crisis. Methodology. The studies applies multi-level regression to estimate the lower, the high and cross-level predictors on the perceived risk related to travel and tourism during the pandemic. The select countries were represented according to the following factors. 1, where the pandemic started, China and South Korea. 2, counting the highest number of cases by the time of the survey, such as Spain, Italy, and France. 3, the highest growth rate, such as the USA. 4th, the highest number of cases in specific continents by the time of survey, such as Tunisia. Population and data collection. Primary data collection was through online survey, and the survey target response assume the travel and tourism when responding positively to the at least one of screening question related to those who had travel plan for 2020 made before the pandemic, and those who have traveled during the last 12 months. A total of 1845 questionnaires were collected by the crisis time from April to May 2020 during the quarantine period. The authors shared a link to the multilingual questionnaire by different online portals and through social media. Specifically, the research focused on perceived risk related to the future traveling post-crisis and post-quarantine. Therefore, respondents were either under a full or a partial lockdown with strict restriction to leave home. The questionnaire were translated from English to 6 different languages to enlarge the simple and avoid potential based data related to the educational limitation and background. These studies applied scale used in the literature review to develop the survey instruments related to risk perception. The level of perceived risk, crisis responses, and media coverage are measured through a 7-point Likert scale, with the endpoints verbalized as 1 very low and 7 very high. A pretest was conducted with 20 respondents from the different countries to refine the questionnaire. Besides, crisis severity was measured through both cases and growth rates. The research applied a conclusion. This study focused on the countries, across countries, variation regarding the perceived risk to traveling. Thus, it considered the primary data relative to crisis growth through a brief outlook of the situation during the particular period, quarantine period. This study has 5 main conclusions. The major is that exists across countries variation concerning risk perception. Thus, respondents are different depending on their countries of residence. An important difference is in USA, in Turkey residents, perceiving the risk differently from the other countries, although gaps exist between them. Second, media coverage as a mean to accentuate it about the situation positively affects the perceived risk related to traveling. And active people, especially those employed in the tourism industry, are more aware of the problem on the perceived risk higher. Fourth, the perceived risk is accentuated with 2 specific countries related elements from which the pandemic's growth rate and the government's situation control and confidence in terms of decision made. Finally, the governments and explicit information during the crisis attenuate the perceived risk of traveling. Thus, governance influences risk perception profoundly. This study gives and evidence the to practitioner of the tourism industry in destination on the apparent clustering regarding the perceived risk of traveling in quarantine period. There are 3 influencers across countries to consider at this level: the growth rate of the pandemic for country, the media coverage, and the governance. Thus, responsible bodies and for better control of the perceived risk of traveling would show confidence and situation control through their decisions. Specifically, some countries like USA, UK, or Italy could learn lessons from South Korea about how solid and transparent the response was. Thank you.
Right, thank you very much, Professor Marco Valery, for your presentation. To sum up what you have said, this presentation gives us, as a tourism professional, evidence to coordinate and organize better with destination authorities and provide ethical, responsible, and accurate information about the health system's responses during the recovery stage. Besides, we should consider the sensitivity of potential travelers to the media of their own countries regarding a pandemic with a high physical risk. So now we are ready for a question and answer session. If anyone here from the audience would like to ask Professor Marco Valery about his presentation and the topic that has just brought with in this session, please do. Or if not, let me ask first, Professor Valerie. It's very interesting topic here. I'm just want to ask you one question here. How does the media coverage for the COVID-19 compared to the media's coverage for H1N1 affect the potential tourists? Hello? Is he still with us or no? Committee?
Okay, Pak Indra, I think Mr. Marco Valery has been signed out, or maybe the trouble for the connection. We're trying to catch up.
If you, the audience has a question, please maybe write down on the chat or message so we can read together or.
Okay, Bapak Indra Baskara. I'm not sure that we can get Dr. Professor Marco Valery. Maybe the trouble of the connection or just sign out. Could you please make the summation or conclusion regarding?
Yes, I just did that. To sum up what he has been talking about, the president gave us, as a tourism professional, evidence to coordinate and organize better with destination authorities, and by providing ethical, responsible, and accurate information about the health system responses during the recovery stage. And besides, there should be consider the sensitivity of potential travelers to the media or their own countries regarding a pandemic with high perceived physical risk. So that's so far that I can get from his presentation, because it's quite hard. He's presenting without slides.
Okay, thank you very much, Bapak Indra Baskara.
Thanks for inviting me.
You are most welcome. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that was the plenary session for the third speakers. And for the next agenda is appreciation certificate through the moderator and also for our speakers through Zoom meeting. Since that our moderator and also our speakers join us with Zoom meeting. We give thanks to our third invited speakers, Professor Marco Valery, PhD. And for the next, also I would like to give my thanks to Igede Indra Baskara, SST Par, MSc, PhD. Thank you for leading our session this afternoon, Bapak Indra. Okay, Bapak Indra, we will continue to our next agenda. Thank you for leading our session. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue with our agenda, I would like to inform you that we already attached the evaluation link at the room chat. So we would like to invite you to fulfill the evaluation form through the room chat, because the certificate will be only delivered for the participant who fill the evaluation form that already sent at the room chat. Once again, I would like to inform you to fill the evaluation form that already sent to the room chat, because the certificate only give to the participant who fill the evaluation form at room chat. Ladies and gentlemen, that's all our plenary session with our great speakers. Afterward, we will continue to the next agenda is parallel session. Parallel session in this afternoon will put in 8 rooms. For the participants, you are invited to choose the breakdown room section through the button beside of the record option below at your Zoom. Ladies and gentlemen, before we continue to the parallel session, we are proudly announce to you our chairperson at parallel session this afternoon. For the first one, Aswin Aksan from University Technology Maracawangan Malaka in breakdown room session Hospitality 1. The second one is Dr. Igusti Ayu Dewi Hendriani Apar Empar CHE from Bali Tourism Polytechnic will be at room Hospitality 2. The third one is Mr. Regil John Y. Vergara, MIHM, from the Lyceum of Philippine University, will be at Hospitality 3. And also Dr. Iputu Utama SAMM, from Bali Tourism Polytechnic, will be at room Strategic and Innovation. Drs. Igusti Ngurah Agung Suprastayase, MED, from Bali Tourism Polytechnic will be lead tourism destination and travel room. And Dr. Rovena I. Delova DEM from Lyceum of Philippine University will be lead tourism, local wisdom and culture room. From Madam Chu Jixiong from University Technology Maracawangan Malaka will be lead hospitality, local wisdom and culture. And from Fadilah binti Zainal Abidin from University Technology Maracawangan Malaka will be lead hospitality, local wisdom and culture 2. Ladies and gentlemen, we invite you to choose your breakdown room session and you can continue with the presentation of our presenter this afternoon. Thank you.
Mahendra, are we supposed to proceed? Are you there?
Can look the picture which the ambience of the Medland Hotel. The Medland Hotel is one of the three-star hotel in Cirebon. It has an initial capacity of 98 room, consists of 52 superior room, 39 deluxe room, and 7 suite room, just like that. And I was full. First,
I think there's a little bit of a technical problem. Can you hear me? Can anyone in this room hear me? Hello.
Hello,
Puan.
Mrs. Puan.
Yes.
I already hear you. Sure. Sorry for the techniques error. I would like to share again about the video presentation.
I didn't hear anything, and I didn't see the video.
Oh yeah.
And earlier, I don't think you heard me when I was speaking. So I think there's some slight issue with technical.
All right. Sure. Sure. All right. It's already the video.
All I can see is only a blank screen right now.
A blank video. Is it already run?
No, not running. It only says on the screen, started screen sharing, but there's no video.
All right.
I have sent you how my screen looks like now.
My name is Fitriatunisa Sabrina. I'm a lecturer from Convention and Event Management.
Is it already run?
Yes.
One.
I can see something now.
All right. I will run the video right now.
Okay.
Of Polytechnic Pariwisata Prima International Cirebon, and my second author is Mr. Tony Arwibowo. So in this time, I will try to describe my research. The title is The Survival Strategies of Medland Hotel During COVID-19 Pandemic in Cirebon. Let's begin. This is an abstract. So let's move to introduction. in this introduction, I will show you the chart. This chart is compare the tourists in 2020 and 2019. There is a decrease, a number of 74 and 7% compared the previous year. So the tourism industry in COVID-19 impact the hospitality industry. This is a lot of news for the problem forced the hotel to shut down and many employees were laid off due to the inability of the company to pay the salary. Indonesia Hotel, Restaurant and Association state that in 2020, the number of hotel booking cancel has reached almost 400 rooms, with the total cost loss of 1 trillion rupiah. Next, the research problem is Cirebon is one of the city in West Java province affected by COVID-19. However, during the pandemic of COVID-19 in Indonesia, the tourist visit Cirebon has significantly declined. The number of tourist visits only reached 40% out of the target. The occupancy rate has declined significantly in 2020 by only raising 10% to 20% in the beginning of pandemic, and it might still continue to decrease up to now. But however, there is one hotel, that's Medland Hotel, located in Cirebon, is one of the hotel harmed by the pandemic. However, Medland Hotel is still operating by implementation various strategy to survive and sell their product. Despite the current situation and condition, Medland Hotel conduct various innovative and strategy to stabilize the occupancy rate of the hotel. So the objective it is, just look at this diagram. There is in 2019, there is a 76 and 36%, and in 2020 there is a 52 and 83%. There is what I mean managed to maintaining 50% occupancy rate during pandemic, like that. So this is the objective. It is Hotel Medland, one of hotel who can manage the occupancy rate 50%. Next, the research methodology. This is me and Miss Widyatula. She is as a marketing sales manager and public relation of the Medland Hotel. The collecting data method is deep interview with Miss Widyatula, and research design is qualitative research or descriptive qualitative research. The research choose Medland Hotel as the object of study is due to the representative of the level and class of the customer as well as willingness of information to be participant. So next, result and conclusion. The result is Medland Hotel before pandemic condition. We can look the picture which the ambience of the Medland Hotel. The Medland Hotel is one of the three-star hotel in Cirebon. It has an initial capacity of 98 room, consists of 52 superior room, 39 deluxe room, and 7 suite room, just like that. And always full. The occupancy rate of the Medland Hotel was always full, so very impressive. And then the result is survival strategy of Medland Hotel. 1, optimizing food and beverage in delivery roasted chicken ham first, delivery roasted chicken hampers cost around 2,015 rupiah for 5 to 6 portion. And this hampers package selling hotel was able to cover the revenue on April and May 2020. Okay, next. The second is optimizing exclusive event and convention. In this situation is holding the intimate wedding akad only package. Akad only package. The opportunity can be benefit by the hotel manager to increase the revenue on June to August. Okay, next, the third is adopt viral product from another hotel, holding a walk from hotel package. Walk from hotel package in the Medland Hotel, there is two types of package which are 1 week package and 2 weeks package. Most of the customers choose 2 weeks package because it is more satisfying and cheaper. Work from hotel package in Medland Hotel has full service facility with a strict health protocol standard. Next is long stay package. Long stay package is Medland Hotel had already conduct a long stay package. It is one of the B2B marketing strategy. Next, there is optimizing the outdoor side of the hotel, holding a wedding drive-through package. In this is this unique and viral in YouTube. Next, there is a looking for market demand staycation package. Yes, staycation is a vacation done within the city where the individual lives, and then this is to release stress during the pandemic with a low budget. Next, the survival strategy. The last but not least is integrated system and integrated social media system. We can look the website and in digital news. If we write in the Google work from hotel package in Cirebon, so there is find the article Medland Hotel like that. And then in the Instagram, this feed, so explore the WFH atau work from hotel package in Medland Hotel. And then the last is in the YouTube, there is many information for the wedding drive-through for the Medland Hotel. So the integrated system and integrated social media strategy is so amazing in Medland Hotel. Maybe that's enough. Thank you for your attention. Sorry for the mistake. I'm Widyatula. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you. Was that live? Was that live or was that recorded?
It was a recorded presentation.
So am I allowed to ask questions? Because it seems like a very interesting presentation.
All right, sure. For the Miss Widyatula, could you please open the mic?
Okay. Anyway, hi.
Thank you, Puan.
Very interesting presentation. But first, because I would like to share with the floor and everyone in the room, I think it is a very interesting views or the way we hotels are now trying to deal with the pandemic situation, and many hotels are going far and beyond in trying to sustain or retain in the business sector these days. Although we are very much aware the number of hotels that were forced to shut down in Indonesia, of course, and in Malaysia itself, where I am from. So before going further, I think I just feel like the whole findings of this paper really brings out the best of many hotels available around us today, and depending on the kind of facilities that's available in that particular hotel, I think there are many opportunities hotels can actually venture or begin again at zero in order to survive the pandemic. So I would like to open to the floor if there's anyone in the room who has any question about this paper. I really think it is a very interesting paper, and I like the fact that it is being done qualitatively, but I also think it is also would be interesting to actually see the views of a different respondent from a different perspective, uh, using maybe a mixed methods or quantitative methods. Anyway, anybody has any question in the room? We still got time before we start with the next presenter, right, Mahendra? Anyway, if there is no question, can I just ask one question? Very simple, nothing technical or anything like that.
Yes,
But
sure, Puan.
I'm really keen to know what does wedding drive-through means. It's a new
Okay.
thing, so I'm just interested to know what is that.
Okay. Before that, I will show the my face or no?
Oh yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Okay. Okay. Wait a moment. Hello, Puan.
Hello.
Nice to meet you.
Nice meeting you too.
Okay. So I can explain your question. Wedding drive-through is unique because in this situation is viral in Medan Hotel, like that. Wedding drive-through in Medan Hotel itu like ordering system in a fast food restaurant. Yes, the hotel management comes adopt this system by creating a package for the invite guests to congratulation from the car, like that. The guests came in to lobby at hotel, and then the lobby and the parking area is just like that, and then the car look the bride and the grooms from the car and just make the what I mean. Yes, yeah.
So they do not attend the ceremony.
The ceremony just the apa ya? What dihadiri. The ceremony, yes, in akad only package, yes.
So those who are not invited will understand. So they'll just go and do drive-through, is it?
Yes, yes, like that.
Because in our culture, if you are not specifically invited to a ceremony, people get offended, quite offended. So I don't know, unless if it's meant for everyone to go for a drive-through, hi and bye, then you may not necessarily offend.
And the money, if the guest with virtual money, like that. Barcode, there is a barcode, yes, there is a barcode, and just scan the barcode and just give me the virtual money, like that.
Because when I hear wedding drive-through, I thought, you can grab a partner, let's go for a drive-through and get married and then go, like you do in Las Vegas.
Yes, of course. It's a unique like that.
Right. Okay. Anyway, that's very interesting. So from the result, it shows that many of the efforts that were done by Medland Hotel is actually quite common in today, especially in many of the hotels around. But I don't think they actually operate the whole list, because some will depend on the kind of facilities that's available at that particular hotel. I think staycation is quite common. Work from hotel is actually also very interesting, especially the price that you highlighted just now. I think is quite affordable.
Yes.
But long stay packages, I'm not sure I have really come across this idea yet. And of course, going digital is the way to go with the pandemic, of course. And doing events and F&B, I think it is also subject to the applications of SOP, right?
Right.
The protocol, as in social distancing and all that. So I think it's an excellent paper. It's very interesting, focusing on hotel. And I don't believe Medland is a 5 star. It's quite an average star hotel. Am I right?
Yes, a three-star hotel in Cirebon, like that.
Okay, awesome.
Thank you, Puan. Thank you so much.
I would love to talk to you one day, very soon,
Okay.
inshallah.
Inshallah.
Bye bye.
Thank you so much.
Okay, bye bye. Stay in touch. So let's move
Yeah.
on to our next presenter.
Sure, Puan. Thank you for Mrs. Fitria Tunisa. Before we going to continue to the next presenter, I would like to inform that all the participants can join the Q&A session in the
Yes,
chat room, right? Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
All of you can ask questions. Help me.
We continue to the third paper. It's from Mr. Richmond S. Bunyi. Mr. Richmond S. Bunyi, could you please unmute your mic?
Hello. Yes, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon. Now I would like to share your video presentation.
Please, thank you.
It's already showed up, Puan?
Okay. Hello?
Hello?
No, I can't see anything. It is still empty, just like the blank screen I showed earlier.
Is it already showed up?
Yes, good.
Sure, I would
Thank
like
you.
to play the video presentation.
Of International Travel and Hospitality Management, representing Lyceum of Philippines University Manila. On behalf of our group and advisor, I am Richmond S. Bunyi, and I am going to discuss our secondary research paper entitled Airbnb, the Underdog in the Accommodation Sector: Advantages, Disadvantages, Survival Strategies, Restrictions, Policies, and Protocols. What is Airbnb? Airbnb is an online platform where people can showcase their local homes to be rented by tourists for the duration of their trip. Our secondary research aims to answer the following soft problems. What are the advantages of using Airbnb? What are the disadvantages of using Airbnb? How does Airbnb survive amidst the competition? Why is Airbnb illegal and or restricted in some areas? What are the Airbnb policies and protocols before the COVID-19 pandemic? This study used a qualitative method of research in order to gather the data and information. We used the following primary resources: Elsevier Mendeley, Gale's Engaged Learning, Google Scholar, ResearchGate, Semantic Scholar, Science Direct, and Scopus. Based on the results, here are the advantages of using Airbnb. uniqueness and authenticity of the experience. Guest has a first-hand experience of the cultural and knowledge exchange with the local residents, engaging in various activities and interactions with the host. Affordability. Since it is a part of a sharing economy, it offers cheaper rooms, so it attracts families, people in working age, and tourists traveling with a set budget. Personalized services. Guests can freely choose an accommodation based on their preferences, such as location, amenities, property type, price, and facilities available. And some properties even allow pets. Based on Guten Tag, comfortability is one of the advantages for the reason that Airbnb properties offer home comforts like washing machines and cookwares. Next, the disadvantages of Airbnb. Security issues. Some guests complain about the security since there are Airbnb properties which do not have security cameras in the unit and in the vicinity. Trust issues. What guest books through the app is not what they actually getting up or ended up getting. There are some photos were enhanced just to attract customers. Downfall of accommodation market. Guests tend to book cheap Airbnb rooms rather than a traditional hotel room, which can be costly. Disturbance of the area due to noise and unruly behavior of the tenants may result to physical altercations and verbal disputes, which leads to a disruptive impact on the city and its citizens. Next is survival strategies amidst competition. Competitive advantage. It is Airbnb's way of surviving among its competitors. In the lodging industry, Airbnb helps the local community to earn by having their places to be rented. Cost advantage. It is the affordability of their service towards their guests. They cater to travelers who is on a budget. It could be a single traveler or lodging for a group of people. Differentiation advantage. It is the unique experience of the Airbnb that can provide their guests. For example, experiencing the locals' way of life, the host's knowledge of the area, and the highly personalized and flexible services. Next is restrictions. Airbnb is a challenge for some regulators. It is a challenge for some regulators, according to Mr. Goran. Regulators have fears when it comes to uncontrollable situations like the influx of travelers to quiet residential areas. Tax policies. Strict regulations might damage the tourism and hospitality modernization. Some hosts in Taiwan are failing to comply with the application and registration process. That resulted them to operate illegally. The policymakers does not have unity on how they will tax short-term rental formats. Lack of regulation. When it comes to zoning or locating the Airbnb, the lack of regulation leads to an uncontrolled expansion of Airbnb that leads to affecting residential areas. It has affected these residential areas because they cannot control the increase of host listings. Next is policies and protocols before the COVID-19 pandemic. Book rooms through the official website or app, and this kind of booking information about the guest is needed. A guest cannot secure a room or lodge without using the Airbnb application. The room can be instantly booked without the host approval. The guest needs to check the availability of the place. Cancellation policy: if the guest did not show up on the day that he or she booked, at least an overnight fee is paid. House rules and regulations. Guests must abide to Airbnb house rules such as smoking is not allowed in some buildings. For example, in the condominium, guests need to follow the rules because it is shared by a lot of residents. Guests can evaluate their stay. In evaluating their stay, guests can use star rating in the application to inform the host how satisfied they are. Leaving an evaluation to the host's profile helps them to have a good impression to potential guests. Airbnb showcases its advantages in affordability, comfortability, and its unique and authentic experience. Safety and security is one of the concerns of guests renting in an Airbnb unit. Airbnb manages to soar high despite the fierce competition by valuing the services it offers. Airbnb is restricted in some areas due to the absence of laws and unspecified regulations. Airbnb is somehow an underdog in the accommodation and lodging sector, but it's found its way to be known in the hospitality industry. For our recommendations, add more amenities to cater guests' needs. It is for leisure and entertainment of the guest. Offer more peaceful environment. Implement specific regulations in terms of the privacy and sensitivity of the guest. Grant a membership card with benefits to its loyal customers. Guests can accumulate points that can be used to rent other accommodations. Proper zoning, policies and protocols regarding safety and security of the guests. That would be all, and thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. So thank you for this presentation. So is the presenter Mr. Richmond in the room?
Yes, ma'am, I am here. I am here.
Oh, hello.
Good afternoon.
Are you going to turn on your camera or it's okay?
No, it's okay.
Okay. All right. Okay, this is another interesting paper I find because I'm not very familiar with Airbnb, although I have stayed in several, but in terms of its management application, I don't think I'm that very familiar towards it. I know the paper highlights a very detailed idea about what Airbnb is all about. And I believe this is probably looking from the perspective of general, what Airbnb is really about. So before we go further, is there any question from the floor? This paper really talks about how Airbnb is surviving in competition with all the other types of lodging out there, with hotels and motels and all that. So any questions from the floor regarding this presentation? Anyone? Anybody? Okay, so while you think about it, so maybe I'm gonna ask questions. I know your paper doesn't really highlight how Airbnb is actually dealing with the conditions of the pandemic, right? But probably from whatever you understand on Airbnb, maybe you can give some overview on how Airbnb can actually compete with the price strategy that is promoted by hotels these days, because after the pandemic, hotels are restructuring their pricing, they're offering better deals there, you know. So when you showed the advantages of Airbnb in terms of its pricing strategy, which is, of course, you mentioned its affordability, but now that we are faced with these pandemic conditions, I think in terms of affordability, many people can now afford hotels. So in this context, how would you, you know, see the fate of Airbnb?
Well, considering staying in a three-star hotel, which a price with the price range of a, let's say, 3,000 pesos versus a stay in an Airbnb for a price of, let's say, 750 a night, I would rather choose Airbnb rather than I could spend 3,000 pesos a night while I can stay for 2 to 3 days in an Airbnb.
Right. Well, I think I was referring to because hotels today are restructuring their pricing and they have really dropped in that context. So maybe that's not the case in Philippines, but in Malaysia, we're looking at staycations at a very good deal, and Airbnb is actually losing its market when compared to the kind of prices that hotels are offering today. You know, you're talking about 5 star, 4 stars, and it can go down as low as whatever Airbnb is offering. So that's where the market is being pulled out of Airbnb. So I'm just concerned, but you know, just how will Airbnb survive in this context? Especially with the pandemic, now that we have to apply all the social distancing and SOP, it's pretty difficult for all the mushrooming Airbnb to meet with this requirement. I feel, maybe I'm assuming, but I feel like because they do not fall under a bigger entity like a hotel where the implementations of SOP could be, you know, could be done more standard, you know, in that manner.
Well, maybe Airbnb hosts can tie up to hotels if
Right.
if they cannot accommodate certain guests, they can transfer them to their listings, and then they will be both mutually beneficial.
Right. I think that's a very good idea. And just listening to your presentation earlier, I have to say that there is actually a big trend changing lately, especially throughout the recent years, over the decisions of travelers prior or before the pandemic even took place, where we can see the trend where people have begun to move to a more average star rating hotels because they realize that they're not really spending a lot of time in their lodging entity. You know, whatever hotels they are checking in into, they do not spend most of the time of the day in that establishment. So most of the time they go back to the hotel to sleep. So the trend has changed that people are more comfortable to go to a 3 star accommodations. So Airbnb was definitely one of the best choice, and it has actually gained interest prior to pandemic, right? So I realized, but I'm just like highlighting how Airbnb is surviving after the pandemic, because hotels are in desperate need to revive, their establishment. So when they are in competition with Airbnb, this could actually um, requires a holistic overview. That is something. But thank you, Mr. Richmond. Is there any other question from the floor? Anyone? Any question about Airbnb? It's a very unique lodging Airbnb, I think, because we could actually be part of this community as well. And one more question, Mr. Richmond. When you mentioned about proper zoning, yeah, what are you referring to when you talk about proper zoning? You're suggesting that our Airbnb should ensure proper zoning. What does that mean?
They should be limited to a certain distance to residential areas, so they cannot be disturbed. And because the influx of travelers towards a destination tends to disrupt the serenity of a place.
Ah, okay, right, I get it. So most of these Airbnb, you mean to say, are actually located in residential area. Am I right?
Most of them, yes.
And are you referring to this also within the city zone itself?
Most of them are nearly located in the city center, but most of them are nearly located at residential areas.
Right. Okay, I think that will be all from me. I would like to thank Mr. Richmond for that great presentation and sharing of Airbnb lodging sector and its advantages, disadvantages, survival strategies, restriction policies, and protocols of Airbnb. I think we could actually move forward from this discussion, this presentation, to the next one. I pass to you, Mahendra.
Sure, Puan. So we continue to the next presenter, Mr. Muhammad Hasbi. Mr. Muhammad Hasbi, can you unmute your mic?
Hello, good afternoon.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon.
I would like to share your video presentation that already sent to us. Is it already showed up? Puan?
Yes.
Is it already show up?
I can see now. Thank
Yeah,
you.
I would like to run the video presentation from Mr. Muhammad Hasbi.
Good day. Thank you for the opportunity. Firstly, I would like to introduce myself. My name is Muhammad Hasbi, working at hospitality industry now and student of master program at Bali Tourism Polytechnic. Today, I would like to share my pre-research with title The Role of Customer Satisfaction in the Relationship Between Service Quality and Repurchase Intention, Hotel Guests During Pandemic COVID-19. First, I will start from intro. COVID-19 has affected the tourism business, especially the hospitality. The number of international tourist arrivals make hotels in Bali only occupancy rates up from 5% until 10% every month, according to Table 1. Low occupancy and occupied almost 100% by domestic guests. In the end of the interview with the hotel's manager, it concluded they need more guests and repeat purchase guests. Since the hotel only able to rely on the market domestic, and the hotels already do a marketing effort, also pricing strategy to absorb the market. However, when observing the hotels through media reviews such as TripAdvisor and several OTS channel, it was found that reviews were quite unfavorable regarding the services provided while staying at the hotel during COVID-19 pandemic. thus affecting the level of guest satisfaction at a time which is reflected in the reviews given. According to Agrawal et al., the loyalty of the customer which is reflected in the intention to repurchase is a close relationship with the satisfaction and the quality of the services. Referring to the facts that happened and this opinion, that was a reversal of the situation. When the company wants to repurchase, but the results of the company treatments result in losses on the part of the consumer. Other research, according to Yan, maintaining the old customer is low cost 5 times than the cost of acquiring a new customer. Wasting a market budget from losing to acquire a new customer is terrible and must avoid that at this time during pandemic. Cheng et al. Explained that due that matter, many companies would like to keep the relationship between all customers and hope to raise their purchase intention. Purchase intention is about the willingness of customer to make another purchasing from the same company, by Kim et al. Kotler explained that loyalty is a customer commitment in making repeat purchase or protecting a preferred product or service in the future, even though there are situational influence and marketing effort that have the potential to cause change that level behavior. According to Kim et al., purchase intention of the customer can be measured from customer will, such as willingness to rebuy, willingness to know more, willingness to reference, priorities of the product, and consistency to rebuy. Hasbert theory that written on Kotler, saying the absence of dissatisfier is not enough to motivate a purchase. Satisfier must be present. That theory has two implications. First, seller must avoid the satisfier and do their best. Second, identify customer satisfaction and their motivation to purchase. According to Oliver, satisfaction is about the perceived gap between expectation and perceived after consumption. When performance is different from expectation, then dissatisfaction is occurring. Customer satisfaction is the end result of all service received by consumer, so that customer satisfaction can only be measured based on the experience that has been felt during purchase process or consumption of the service. By Astuti, Adriani and Warmika, and Aditya and Saleh state, to create a repurchase intention, the company has paid attention to customer satisfaction. Another research also revealed by Aditya and Saleh that reveal a relationship between customer satisfaction with repurchase intention, and states that to measure the level of customer satisfaction can be through satisfaction with the purchase, trust in products or services, and pleasant experience. Supriyadi et al. Reveals a sign that the customer is satisfied with the product, such a willingness to reference the product and no complaint during the consumption. From above discussion about purchase and satisfaction, can be cleared the following hypothesis. Hypothesis 1, customer satisfaction is likely to affect repurchase intention. Based on the above explanation, repurchase intention and customer satisfaction is mostly about evaluation of the customer feeling after the consumption of a product. According to Pasaraman et al., service with a quality had a role to raise the customer satisfaction. Service quality is about conformance to requirements. Serving a product is not just enough, but also by giving a conformity with the requirements that have been determined or promised to the customer. According to Kotler, the main way service company can differentiate themselves is by providing a high quality and consistent service compared to their competitors. So et al. Finding that service quality is helping to generate satisfactory relationship with customer and in return raise repurchase intention. Service quality is able to measure by these dimensions such as tangible, reliability, responsiveness, assurance, and empathy by Pasaraman et al. Some research has found a positive significant relation between service quality towards customer satisfaction by Pasaraman et al., Saldiki, and Simarmata. Between service quality towards repurchase intention by Adriani and Warmika, Kemaling Suryani, and Faradiba. According to Kitabchi, relations of satisfaction will occur a good result between relationship of service quality towards purchase intention. A mediating role of customer satisfaction between relation service quality towards reproduce intention also found in some research by Sardiani Arifin, Ariani Warmeka, and Aditya Saleh. From above discussion about reproduce intention and customer satisfaction, create the following hypothesis. Hypothesis 2, service quality is likely to affect customer satisfaction. Hypothesis 3, service quality is likely to affect reproduce intention. And hypothesis 4, mediating of customer satisfaction is likely to affect service quality toward reproduce intention. Building on previous literature and proposed hypothesis, this research is aiming to examine the role of customer satisfaction in the relationship between service quality and reproduce intention of the hotel guests during COVID-19 pandemic conditions at Tanjung Benoa, Bali. And the research model proposed in the study is as follows. In the research methodology, this is a quantitative research with questionnaire and interview to get the required data. Record 5 scale points will use on the questionnaire and distribute to the past guests that already stayed during COVID-19 on August 2020 until December 2020 from 7 hotels. During the interview, the 7 hotels was agreed to share their guest contacts with total 107 guest contacts. To analyze the data, firstly need to pass some validity and reliability tests. Confirmatory filter analyze or JFA with first and second order will use, and also there is a high order variable such as quality that need a deep analyze. To answer the hypothesis, it will use a structural equation model or SEM to analyze the data with help Smart PLS program. This is the items that measure each variable and will use as questionnaire to get the data from respondent. Variable 1, service quality by Parasuraman et al. With 5 dimensions and total 22 indicators per items. Variable 2, customer satisfaction by Aditya Saleh and Spredi et al. With 5 indicators or items. Variable 3, reproduce intentions by Kim et al. With 5 indicators or items. Based on the analysis technique used in this research, it is expected that the use of confirmatory filter analysis will show the role of each indicator or dimension in reflecting on the variable, so that it will be known which indicators and dimension have a good role in explaining the variable. Meanwhile, the structural equation model will show the influence and level of significance between the variables and will answer the hypotheses that have been built in this study. And the benefit of the research for academicians as a research reference related to service quality, customer satisfaction, and recruiters' intention during the time of COVID-19 pandemic, which is certainly a difference from other studies, and have a possibility to develop the research model in the future. And another benefits for practice, help service business manager, especially those in the research location, in determining the factors and dimensions that reflect service quality, customer satisfaction, and customer purchase intention, so that in the future it can be a focus for making improvement and develop in an effort to bring in guests back or make a reproduce intention. And also it's a basis for consideration for close hotel that prepare to respond in the future. And thank you for your attention. Good day. Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you so much for that great presentation. I have been warned that I'm not supposed to lengthen the questioning part, so I'm just going to probably conclude and maybe ask one question if there is from the floor. So these presentations on the role of customer satisfaction in relationship between service quality on repurchase intention has been done in, the data has been collected in Bali, I believe. Am I right, Mr. Hasbi?
Yeah.
Right. I'm not sure, but maybe I just want to share a little bit about how Malaysians in general view Bali, because many of my families are have fallen in love with Bali for many years now, and the pandemic has really stop us from going. But prior to pandemic, those who have been to Bali, especially from Malaysia, has never failed to return. Okay, every year, like my sisters, she would go back to Bali every other year. um, at first she went with her friends, and then when she got married she went with the husband, and then she got one child, she went with one child, and she got two child, she brought two child, and then now she had three child, she brought three child. So it's like they always come back every other year. I don't know in what context, when you talk about repurchase intention, is there really a problem in getting the repurchase intention among the visitors or the regular travelers to Bali? Was that the case?
Yeah, actually, to getting a new traveler is really quite difficult. As you can see on my data, I trying to get data on Tanjung Benoa area. It's besides of the ITDC, which is in normal situation before pandemic. This is the area is not familiar to the domestic market, and mostly is coming from international market. So which is when I come to getting in domestic market is very difficult because they not to have much experience, and then beside of the that difficult to get a new customer, and then they try to make contact with the post customer, but as you know, the past customer is actually an international guest, so they cannot come to Bali. And during that time, based on the data, most of the hotel in that area have occupancy 5 till 10, and following that data, the hotel is trying to get a repurchase guests in the future, because domestic is very linear with the holiday and weekend and some of personal events. And then when I saw some review in OTA and TripAdvisor, it's reflected some of the comment showing that the hotel service, it's actually like abnormal. Many comments is very bad. I don't expect a 5-star or 5.5-star will have a comment like that. So that's my reason to doing this research.
So your focus for this study is the domestic market. Your respondents are domestic travelers. Is
Yes,
that it?
domestic market. Then I will spread the questionnaire to the past guests that already stay from August 2020 until December, because the government like do announcement that Bali is open on Augustus 2020 for domestic travelers. So during that time, I will check the data from the guests already stay during that time.
Okay, now I understand. Thank you very much. Because I think the occupancy rate of 5 to 10%, I think, is quite general. Is the situation with many hotels around the world today. After when the pandemic took place, I think everyone is actually experiencing occupancy of below than 20%. And I think all the hotels are struggling with this, and everyone is looking at domestic and the local tourism in order to revive our businesses, especially in the hospitality sector. So again, I would like to thank Mr. Hasbi for your presentation. I hope
You're welcome.
to see you very soon in Bali. Hopefully we can travel very soon, inshallah. Okay.
Inshallah.
Okay, so let's move on to our next presenter.
Sure, we're going to continue to the next our presenter, Mr. Bapak Gusti Agung Gede Witarsana. If you are here, you may unmute the mic, Mr. Gusti Agung Gede Witarsana.
Well, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone.
Hello, good afternoon.
Everyone, San. Very nice to meet you.
Nice meeting
So I have
you.
to move to another room.
Oh,
As
okay.
I
You had two presentations.
supervision our student to help this event for today.
Nice.
Right. So the show must go on. I have to take another role for this time.
Yes,
Let me share the screen for this presentation.
For the Mr. Agung to share your presentation or from host?
Let me try by my own.
All right, sure.
Okay. Is it appears already?
Yes.
Well, yeah, once again, thank you very much for the time. So today I would like to explain our research progress on ongoing research. It's extended abstract. So I'm with my partner, Ibu Diah Praba. I will represent our proposal of the research. The theme is Consumer Behavior Study in COVID-19 Pandemic, Perceived Risk, Trust, Brand Credibility, and Booking Intention. So yeah, in this presentation, we will divide into 5 parts and start with the introduction, and the last one will be on the expected result and the conclusion. Well, so as we know that SARS-CoV-2, or we call COVID-19, become a global pandemic, as we have WHO, it's already declared it in March of 2020. So as we know that affecting the global economic, including the tourism industry and hospitality industry. As the data that we get from in Bali, that the hotel occupancy is significantly decreasing with only 15 average occupancy per month in 2020. It is very far from the last year achievement that the occupancy achieved averagely around 60 until 70%. So this is because of the tourism activity that consists with the people movement, and also suspected as a factor who can spreading the virus because of the people movement. So that's why some countries and area, they have some special restriction or travel ban and applying mass lockdown for their country. So that's why as Bali, we know almost 7 million market from the foreign tourists can come to Bali. So everything is going to be changed, right? Including the market structure, the rate structures, and also some other human life also. So that's why this is, if we take to the theory that decreasing the travel or booking intention, because they have to think some others priority, yeah, and also following the government or some restriction that already made by the government. So the introduction is that take from the finding from Center and Koch 2020 found there are 6 themes that to consider from COVID-19 research. They are the level of complexity, destination image change, tourist behavior change, resident behavior change, tourism industry change, and long-term and indirect effect. So this paper will focus on tourist or consumer behaviors. The implication for customer behavior is the moment before they deciding to make a purchase. Therefore, what need to be considered is consumer tend to have intention in themselves. In this case, intention means consumer have to have already had a sufficient information about the product to be purchased. So the service provider should know the better and deeper regarding their consumer final buying habits that can predict it by their intention. So one of the antecedent from the purchase intention is perceived risk. That as we know that tourism industry is very close with the risk perception from the customer, yeah, including the health risk, economic, and also some uncertainty thing like terrorism or security issues. Many studies have shown that the positive correlation between perceived risk and purchase intention, but others also show that inconsistent result that also mention that there is no link or negative effect between perceived risk and purchase intention. So that's why this is one of the gap that we want to explore more to with our theoretical framework to explain more about the purchase intention antecedent especially. So based on the consumer behavior research, perceived risk it touch on customer perceived risk that will be affected their decision-making process since the uncertainty possible make negative consequences. This is from Xin and Kang 2020. So we are using the theoretical framework that from the grand theory of psychological theory of reaction action by Fishbein and Agent 1975 that explained about the two things that are affecting the behavior intention, that attitude toward behavior that it's coming from itself inside of the tourist self and also from subjective norm or the external information that they consider as the decision to make some. In the tourist sector, for example, it has been used to shed light of the decision-making process leading to destination choices. And also the differential impact of risk and uncertainty on decision-making about the trips. So this one is one of the empirical finding that we are also use as references for explaining these issues. And then continue with the model, but before that I have to explain a little bit about our model here. As a concept, perceived uncertainty highly associated with perceived risk. Yeah. To reduce effect of perceived risk is by building a customer trust level. And then currently hotel industry is struggling from coronavirus, since hotel property it's become high risk for environmental contamination. Factually, the main focus of research on risk to health has been to understand how tourists perceive health risk when they engage in risk-taking activities during their stay or even in total the activity including the flight or the travel, etc. And then the travel reluctance during the after COVID-19 pandemic is resultant from the health high risk. And then the health risk become the consideration for tourists to decide their choice. The most consideration to visit tourist destination is when they live with high level of perceived health risk. So in this situation, Bali it's one of the province in Indonesia that have a lot of case, yeah, almost 40,000 cases. So it's become a red zone before of the spreading of the COVID-19. So it's mean that Bali it's very risky to visit by the tourists. And then to explain also about the trust, so we are propose the brand credibility play a vital when decision-making process made by customer. As we know that if we know the brand that we have still a trust, a belief with their brand, so we are more confident to do activity, including the traveling activity. So that's why brand credibility will a part of the dimension of our trust model here. To achieve the success as service provider, building customer trust is very vital roles. Sorry, it's
Pardon me. Sorry for interrupt, Mr. Agung. I just want to remind you that you have 1 minute left.
okay. Just one more slide, I think.
Sure, Mr. Agung.
Would you please to allow me to share the screen, please?
For the co-host, maybe could you please assist Mr. Agung to share the screen?
Yeah. Can we get the screen back? It's quite straight, yeah, with the timing.
I think it's a problem from the connection from Mr. Agung.
Mahendra, are we
Sure.
having another presenter later?
Yeah, we have one presenter.
One more.
One more presenter.
Right. Let me continue while we are waiting the.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, sure, Bapak.
Right. So we propose the model that use 3 variable. Yeah. So in variable of X variable or independent, we use perceived risk that consists with 2 dimensions. One is perceived health risk, and another one is perceived uncertainty. And then for the mediating variable, we propose that we use a trust with 2 dimensions. First is CHSA certification that
Sukses. Sudah.
Nih, Mahendra, can we turn off? Yeah, thank you. Yes,
right.
please go ahead.
So the trust is CHSA certification that one of our government program that the certification that focusing on clean, health, safety, and environment. So that's why we are emphasize that we believe that because of this certification that can build trust to make a purchase intention. And for the perceived uncertainty, we propose the brand credibility, as we know that if some product or services that already have a brand, the perceived uncertainty will reduce because the purchase intention is getting higher. So we are expecting that of the result of this paper is these 2 mediating variable as variable that can increase the booking intention of the customer during this pandemic. Thank you very much. I'm sorry with the travel shooting.
No problem. Thank you, Mr. Gusti, yeah? Mr. Gusti, right?
Yes.
Okay, host, do we have time to ask question or not? Are we allowed?
Yeah, we have time for the one question.
Okay.
Puan.
Right. Before that, I would like to say thank you to you for a very interesting presentation on perceived health risk. I think many of my students today have become interested in knowing or in understanding perceived health risk among the people out there, especially with the pandemic coming in. During this time, it's very crucial that we see how people are perceiving what it means by risk when they're traveling and all that. So from your presentation, I understand that Bali is still quite a risky destination for people to come in internationally. Am I right? So what at this point, what is the effort that is being done in Bali in trying to control the number of infected cases?
Right. Thank you very much for your question. And so regarding this perceived risk, especially for the perceived health, that our government makes some certification called GSA, Clean Health, Safety and Environment. So they make some regulation that all of the industry, including hotel, they have to take this certification. So that's why all of the health protocol and also some regulation that they have to follow. It's already certified, so it will be bring more confidence to the market. Yeah, especially we have still a domestic market, and also until now it's for especially for the 5-star, 4-star hotel, it almost 80% already certified by this certification. So we are trying to take this certification as part of the trust theory, so it can mediate the perceived health risk to increase the purchase intention. As we know that very natural that we are feel anxiety or afraid with this pandemic. Yeah, would like to find some relax or enjoying time, but we have to worry with our health. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Is there any question from the floor? Anyone? Okay, so I guess we can move forward.
Yeah,
Thank you
sure.
again, Pak Gusti. Terima kasih for the presentation. And we are moving to our final
Yeah,
presenter for this room. Let's invite Mr. Cahyo. Is it?
yeah, Mr. Chaya already sent me a direct message to play the record of the presentation, Puan.
Oh, okay. So he won't be available, is it?
Yeah.
Mr. Cahyo is in the room.
Wait a minute.
But you can play the presentation.
Hello from the in-hey co-host. Maybe could you please help me to share screen? Because I'm going to be the participant, not a co-host again. All right, thank you. Now I would like to share the presentation from Mr. Cahyo. It's already showed up.
Yeah.
Now I would like to run the video presentation.
Research in International Hospitality Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference. Before I start my presentation, I would like to introduce myself.
Mahendra, I cannot see the video running. It's static.
All right, sure. I think it's from the video. Puan. I would like to run again.
I am a student of
please. Because I can only hear the sound, but I can't see the presentation slide.
Or new normal period.
Already showed up? Puan?
Yeah, good.
The reason I choose this topic because as we know, Bali is one of the most visited tourist destination, and we also know at the end of 2019, COVID-19 pandemic spread coronavirus around the world and make the number of tourists decrease.
Now it freeze again.
The Malaysian government make a regulation.
It's freezing again.
Freezing again?
Yeah.
Against COVID-19.
Is it already showed up?
Yeah,
Or
now it is.
I think it's from the video presentation, Puan.
Okay.
Decrease the hotel occupancy percentage. And also, based on the research from Nuruddin and friends on 2020 about hotel survival strategy in Bali during COVID-19 pandemic, said there are 6 strategies. The first is decrease employee number temporarily, and the second is reduce operational costs. The third is efficiency hotel
Is it sound clearly, Puan?
No.
No yet.
No. I can't.
and the second is
Breaking.
reduce operational costs.
Is it already
The
sound
third
clearly?
is efficiency hotel expense. The fourth is sales non-room products.
Better.
The fifth is do pay no stay later model. The sixth is refuse refunding from guests by changing the schedule. So that's the reason I choose this topic. Hotel selling price. Hotel is a company that is managed and owned by someone who provides facility in the form of bedroom, food, and drinks to people who are traveling, and they can pay the price offered based on the service they receive. And for the selling price is the total money by focusing on a unit of goods or service for buyers and guests for goods and service offered or given. And for the other study literature, I'm using method of determining of hotel room beds. There are 3 formula. The first is the rule of thumbs, and the second is break-even point analysis, and the third is the Hubert formula. Break-even point analysis. The break-even point is a point that gives us indication that the total income is almost the same as the total cost, so that the pre-tax and debt interest income for one period is 0. There are 3 factors that become important factors. The first is change in the composition of product sales. The second is change in the composition of selling price. And the third is change in fixed costs. And for the methodology, I'm using break-even point analysis to calculate the data in this study using technique from Sugiarto on 2002. The first is determine the number of rooms that successfully sold for 1 year with this formula. And the second is set the desired average room rate with this formula. And the third is calculate the average room occupancy rate with this formula. And the fourth is calculate the total sales of room in 1 day with this formula. And the fifth is determine hotel room rates using a break-even analysis with the formula. And the sixth is determine the total selling price for each room type within 1 year with this formula. And the seventh is perform occupancy calculation at break-even point. And this is for the Adiwana Area Villas hotels number of rooms. And for the result and discussion, the first we must determine the number of rooms which was sold during 1 year using this formula. By statistic data we have the percentage of guest stayed in 1 year of the 1 year is 86%. and the total rooms available as many as 28 rooms, and the total number of days for 1 year is 365. After we found the total room sold for 1 year, we determined the desired total average room price by comparing the number of room price in 1 year with the total room sold in 1 year of 8,792 rooms. As we can see the number on the picture, after find the result, we can continue to set the average occupancy rate by using this formula, and we find the double occupancy percent is 139%, and for single occupancy is 39%. After that, we determine the total room sold in 1 day. For 1 day, we can calculate the formula by using data on the percentage of guests staying in 1 year, which is 86, and the total available room 28 rooms. So we find for single occupancy is 9 rooms, and double occupancy 33 rooms. And for the determination of hotel room rental rate using by BEP method, we can divide into 2 steps in 1 day. We can use this formula. After find the number of sales in 1 day, we can set the room rental price per day with this formula. So the number of, this is for deluxe room. So the deluxe with BEP method room rate is, the room rate is 579,799 for deluxe. We can calculate the other room types with using this calculation material first to find the occupancy percent, and after find the other types of percentage, we can count the room rental price for other rooms on the table like below. So this is for the room. And the sixth is we are calculating the total selling price of each type of room in 1 year. So the total selling price is, we can see in the table. And the last, we are calculating the occupancy rate at the break-even point. After we calculate the occupancy rate at the break-even point, we find the number and the result to conclude the difference between the actual hotel room rates with the hotel room rates using BEP method, like in this table. And for the conclusion, to reduce operational cost and efficiency hotel expense and bring the hotel position in a point of no loss or no profit, Adiwana area villas can apply a room pricing system using the break-even point method. Based on the calculation, Adiwana area villas can sell rooms for the deluxe type for the number and deluxe bathroom, gedong suite, wooden suite, paddy suite, 2-bedroom villas, 3-bedroom villas, 3-bedroom villas gadis, 3-bedroom villas family, and the side benefit can be used to provide bonus for employees at the Hotel Adiwana area villas. Also must reach 70.1% for the occupancy. That's all from my presentation. I do apologize if there is something word not pleased. Thank you very much once again.
Thank you very much, Mr. Cahyo. Wow, so many numbers. I was trying to stay awake to catch up on the calculation. Okay, although it is simple mathematics, but still, there's too many numbers. Anyway, I find it really interesting that you brought up the break-even analysis. Is there any question from the floor, by the way? Because I think this is a very interesting paper, especially for those who are not familiar with how hotels are maintaining their price structure and how they actually determine room price. Now, any question from the floor? Anyone's interested to ask question to Mr. Cahyo? I'm just gonna throw out a very simple question. In regards, of course, to the pandemic, I think earlier you mentioned that with the pandemic, many hotels are forced to reduce their price, their room rates. So that price that you were calculating, you were showing as you were demonstrating to us earlier, is that the new suggested price as compared to the previous price before the pandemic? And if that is, what kind of percentage of drop are we looking at? And maybe you could share with us in general, what kind of price drop is actually affecting the hotels in Bali in this process? Mr. Cahyo, are you there?
Mr. Cahyo? I think your voice is not here in this room, Mr. Cahyo.
Oh.
Yeah, something wrong with.
I think he's trying to fix the thing. Anyway, that is the last presentation, right, Mahendra?
Right, Puan.
I have really learned a lot from this session. There's a lot of things that's been updated, and I think without us being aware, the struggle out there is pretty real in regards to the pandemic, and many hotels has been forced to shut down while waiting for our Mr. Cahyo to come back in and fix his mic. So I'm just going to probably. Oh, there you are. Can you hear us?
Sorry, I need to close my video so I can hear the voice.
Yeah, go ahead. No worries. Yeah, no worries. Did you hear the question earlier?
Not yet, not yet.
Well, I was just concerned about the kind of price drop that is affecting the hotels, especially in Bali, and if that calculation you showed us earlier is about is it the suggested or the proposed rack rates, new rack rates for Adiwana Area Villa in Ubud, how many percent of price drop are we looking at in regards to the effect of the pandemic?
Sorry, could you repeat on the question about how many percent? I can't hear clearly.
Yeah, I just want to know how many percent of price drop are we looking at in order for Adiwana or the hotels in Bali to sustain, or to revive or to maintain occupancy in Bali?
Based on the research I'm doing in Adiwana Area Villas.
Using break-even analysis.
Yeah, I'm doing the interview with the sales manager. So the sales manager said that during this pandemic, Adiwana Area Villas only have 20% rooms or guests come to Adiwana Area Villas. So I'm doing this break-even point method. So I think they are not reaching the break-even point for the occupancy. But if they selling the room rate with their own method, like I saw in the table on the slide 20, maybe I forgot. They still have any profit, and they can share the benefit with the other staff.
Right. So you're suggesting that is the proposal that you're trying to propose to the hotel in terms of the new pricing. Am I right?
Yeah. Okay,
Okay.
so I suggest the hotel during this pandemic, maybe they can reduce the hotel room rates, so they can attract also the guests to come and stay in Adiwana area villas, and also they can reach the occupancy percentage with the break-even point method.
Right, I understand. So what is the difference from the regular rate to the one that you propose? What is the difference in prices or in the prices of Adiwana before and the one that you propose?
Please wait a moment. I need to see the table before. Please wait a moment.
Okay.
So for the price, I propose it for the last room. I propose is 579,000, and for the room from Adiwana area villas is around 1 million. So they still have
Yeah.
the different around 420,000.
Oh, okay.
Just for the example, because the Adiwana area villas has 1, 2, 3, 4, nine type of room.
Right.
Yeah.
So we're looking at almost 40% drop, right, from the regular published rate. And yet you can actually come up with some profit. You can gain profit from that proposed price. Am I right, Mr. Chandra?
Yeah, you are right.
So do you think this model can be applied to most of the hotels or only to a specific type of hotel?
Based from my opinion, I think the method can apply to other hotels, I think.
All right. So I think that's pretty clear. Thank you so much, Mr. Chakyo, for the presentation.
Thank you, Ms.
Anybody
Aswin.
else has any question? Anyone would like to add any comment or anything on the presentation? No? Are we good on the timing, Mahendra?
It's good. One.
All right. So we have come to the end of the session. So I'm just going to wrap up a few things about the presentation. I would like to thank, we have 5, yeah? So we're missing one presenter.
Correct.
So I'm just going to highlight the 5 presenters' topics today that revolves around the survival of hotel. So the survivors of hotel around the world is actually an alarming condition, especially in regards of the hospitality industry, because there are many areas around the world where restrictions, very heavy restrictions, is still being imposed on people to travel, which means despite the fact that hotels are very much eager to try and attract people and doing as much as they can to try and have the guests over again, the pandemic is still not allowing people to travel as freely as before. So as we enter the new norm, it is important that the suppliers, and the users, the end users are aware of the kind of SOPs or the requirement of the new norm traveling. What do we need to bring? What do we need to do? What does it mean by social distancing? I know it's pretty easy for us to overlook these things because I still consider myself very new in the pandemic condition, whereby sometimes I still forget to bring my mask whenever I leave the house. I think this is pretty normal, but we are actually training ourselves to be better at it, just as much as all the hotel sector and all. So let's pray that with the vaccine coming in, I think the good news is should come very soon. that everyone who has received the vaccine will be allowed to travel internationally. So I think this is also a very good news, and I'm sure the hoteliers, the people within the industry, can't wait and look forward to get themselves vaccinated so that we can actually start the sector, the travel, the tourism sector again. So finally, I would like to thank the co-host, the host, Mahendra, and all the co-hosts, and
Thank
to
you so
all
much.
the presenters. Thank you so much for participating in this session.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again. Parallel session with our great presenter is finished. In a few minutes, we will discuss regarding the best paper and the best presenter. While we're waiting for the result, you are kindly invited to have a break. And for the online participant, as I mentioned before, that we still have for the door prize session. And now will come our last door prize session. We have 3 lucky draw again. So we will choosing for the first winner. Okay, for the first winner in this door prize session is congratulations to Nigusti Nyoman Srikanti. Congratulations for winning 1 dine voucher at Warung Ole. And for the second one is congratulations for Leslie Ane de Sanchez. So you are winning for 1 Netflix premium account for 3 months subscription. Okay, and for the last one is, the winner is congratulations to Ronald A. Garcia. So you will win 1 ticket single day pass to Waterboom Bali. Ladies and gentlemen, for the winners, you will be contacted by our committee by the formula that you send with us. Just keep waiting. And ladies and gentlemen, for online participant, we already sent again the evaluation link. So that's for evaluation form and also include the presentation for the conference today. We hope you can fill the evaluation form so that you can get the certificate of our conference. Ladies and gentlemen, we will waiting for the discussion regarding the best paper and the best presenter, and I will see you again at 4:15 Bali time. Thank you.
Bisnet untuk gaya hidup digital kamu yang lebih seru. Kamu bisa menikmati koneksi internet dan hiburan IPTV dengan resolusi 4G terbaik dari Bisnet. Home internet 75 Mbps mulai dari Rp325.000 per bulan. Dukung semua aktivitas digital kamu seharian, mulai dari ngerjain tugas sekolah, bikin kegiatan usaha, upload download, update sosial media, belanja online sampai e-sports gaming jadi jauh lebih cepat dan stabil. Pakai Bisnet, lebih cepat.
Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali adalah perguruan tinggi negeri di bawah Kementerian Pariwisata dan Ekonomi Kreatif Republik Indonesia. Berdiri sejak tahun 1978 dengan visi sebagai pusat unggulan dalam bidang pendidikan tinggi hospitality, kepariwisataan, dan perjalanan di Asia Pasifik. Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali memiliki beberapa program studi, yaitu Program Studi Diploma 3, Manajemen Divisi Kamar, program studi yang mampu mempersiapkan lulusan manajer tingkat menengah yang profesional pada bidang divisi kamar. Manajemen Tata Hidangan, program studi yang mampu mempersiapkan lulusan manajer tingkat menengah yang profesional pada bidang restoran dan bar. Manajemen Tata Boga, program studi yang mampu mempersiapkan lulusan manajer tingkat menengah atas setingkat sous chef. Studi Diploma 4, Administrasi Perhotelan, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional dengan kompetensi pada bidang perhotelan. Manajemen Kepariwisataan, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bidang usaha pariwisata dan badan pengelola kepariwisataan. Manajemen Akuntansi Hospitality, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bidang akuntansi. Manajemen Bisnis Perjalanan, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bidang usaha biro perjalanan. Manajemen Konvensi dan Perhelatan, bertujuan untuk menghasilkan lulusan pimpinan puncak yang profesional pada bisnis meeting, insentif, convention, exhibition, dan event. Program studi pasca sarjana, Magister Terapan Pariwisata, adalah pendidikan terapan lanjutan yang bertujuan untuk mengembangkan mahasiswa menjadi tenaga ahli yang memiliki kapasitas tinggi dalam penerapan ilmu pengetahuan dan teknologi pada bidang pengelolaan pariwisata dan hospitality. Fasilitas.
60 years, University Technology Mara, or UITM, has been the place for acquiring knowledge and developing capabilities. From a training center to now a vast network of universities, UITM has campuses and faculties all over Malaysia. UITM allows for the pursuing of goals and earning a degree in any field of choice, with a mission to enhance the knowledge and expertise of Bumiputras in all fields of study, through professional programs, research work and community service, while upholding moral values and professional ethics. Nestled amidst the greenery and some of the most scenic areas in the country, each university campus is strategically located in places where their presence inevitably provides an economic boost to the local community. UITM pledges to provide maximum opportunities to pursue professionally recognized programs of study in science, technology, industry, business, arts and humanities. University Technology Mara offers quality education at all levels of study, from foundation to postgraduate. The university has always been at the forefront in science and technology, as well as in management. It is a place where talent, skills and excellence are nurtured. UITM has a mission to empower the indigenous people through the provision of higher education in accordance with Article 153 of the Malaysian Federal Constitution and Act 173, University Technology Mara Act 1976. Duli Yang Maha Mulia, Sri Paduka Baginda Yang di-Pertuan Agong is the Chancellor of UITM by virtue of his status as the King, as provided for by the law. UITM has established 8 centers of excellence and 1 high COE to enhance the scholastic, creative and innovative capabilities of the university, as well as to facilitate and manage research and development. To complete the teaching and learning activities at UITM, the university has made available modern and contemporary facilities, such as the UITM Stadium, the house of UITM FC. With a capacity of 6,000, the stadium is the heart of soccer and it has played host to an international match in 2009. UITM also has an Olympic-sized swimming pool for the use of students and staff. The pool is also open to public on certain days. Built in 1972, Perpustakaan Tun Abdul Razak, or the Pita Library, has grown by leaps and bounds, housing thousands of international titles for all programs of study. Students' participation in extracurricular activities is highly encouraged and supported by the university. These activities would not only equip students with soft skills, but also train them to be balanced and holistic individuals to meet global requirements. As the largest public university in Malaysia, University Technology Mara has produced thousands of alumni who are successful individuals in their disciplines. They are award winners, innovators, entrepreneurs, and leaders in both the government and private sectors. UITM honors its alumni by engaging them to establish smart partnerships resulting in strategic alliances. The alumni also gives back in areas such as academic improvements, charity work, and fundraising. University Technology Mara, Usaha Takwa Mulia.
it's a passion that involves all the senses. See, smell, hear, touch, taste. And it's a passion that drives you. The culinary arts. Wouldn't it be great to start a career of doing what you love to do at a place you would love to cook in? Step inside the doors of the LPU Culinary Institute. We've got something cooking for you. Fully furnished modern kitchen facilities, the likes of which are found in the top restaurants around the world. Who wouldn't want to get his hands dirty cooking up a signature dish or an award-winning pastry in this kind of place? Imagine an entire building dedicated to your education of the ins and outs of the culinary world. LPU Culinary Institute is also open to companies and groups interested in holding their functions and events using its modern facilities. You spend enough time practicing here, you'll basically become a culinary pro in no time. Of course, equipment, no matter how state-of-the-art, is only as useful as the person who uses it. That is where LPU Culinary Institute faculty come in. With many years of combined experience in some of the most highly regarded restaurants, hotels, and bake shops locally and abroad, you will have as mentors the country's best culinary minds and talents. After all, to become a culinary master, you need to learn from one. Embarking on a successful culinary arts career requires a combination of technique and instinct, of science and art. Professional Culinary Arts Diploma. Learn the theory, practice, and art of cooking in just 8 months. This is an intensive curriculum that enables students to enter the culinary profession in as short as 72 days. And with a size of no more than just 16 students to a class, you are sure to get a full hands-on experience. Professional Baking and Pastry Arts Diploma. Global in scope, the program draws on baking and pastry traditions from Europe, the Americas, and Asia. Even a novice baker can become a full-fledged pastry artisan in just 8 months at the LPU Culinary Institute. For recreational foodies, the LPU Culinary Institute has a number of short courses to help elevate culinary skills. All LPU Culinary Institute programs hone techniques and refine tastes. Those who come to learn here step out with discriminating and educated palates, understanding various cuisines and food genres. But most of all, those who go to LPU Culinary Institute get to have an exciting learning experience, mastering unique techniques, appreciating wonderful ingredients, and discovering the multifaceted world that is the culinary arts. So go ahead, take that next step. Ask about the LPU Culinary Institute and start your next great culinary adventure.
Lyceum of the Philippines University develops shapers of the world, innovators, visionaries, and effective leaders. This is where we transform you. A university founded by a leader.
Established in 1952 through the ideals and philosophy of former President Jose P. Laurel, Veritas et Fortitudo, Prodeo et Patria, succeeded by the principles of Dr. Sotero H. Laurel. A university proud of its long and rich tradition of academic excellence.
Students in LPU not only learn in their classrooms, but also engage in research,
community extension, and cultural exchange programs.
LPU is the first university in the Philippines to be granted full international accreditation for hospitality and tourism education by the International Center of Excellence, an Australian-based accrediting agency. Awarded as Centers of Excellence in Hospitality Management and Tourism Programs by the Commission on Higher Education, and is the first recipient in the Philippines Center of Excellence 4 stars in the Asia Pacific Institute for Events Management.
We have the most number of ASEAN Master Trainers and Assessors who provide invaluable inputs to its curriculum, making its programs compliant with ASEAN Mutual Recognition Agreement and Services.
Our industry-immersed roster of faculty is equipped with teaching excellence and dedication to quality of service.
Technical Education and Skills Development Authority competencies are embedded in the curricula where the national certifications for various subjects are integrated.
Through strong partnerships and linkages to more than 500 industry partners, students are given opportunities to travel and study abroad for their internship programs in Asia, North America, Europe, and Australia. With a wide variety of linkages, we provide students with alternatives to work in hotels, cruise line companies, resorts, restaurants, airlines, travel agencies, and other tourism-related establishments in the country.
With LPU, we build strength of character
To reach your full potential,
In achieving lifelong dreams,
choose LPU, take the lead.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back again to Widyatula Meeting Room, Bali Tourism Polytechnic. We do apologize regarding the delay, since for the hard decision to choosing the best of the best, both for the paper or for the presenter. Ladies and gentlemen, in this nice occasion, we proudly announce for the best paper and the best presenter of INHEC 2021. For this session, I would like to invite Mr. Igede Dharma Wijaya, SPD MAGB, to announce regarding the best paper and the best presenter of INHEC 2021. Please come up to the stage.
Om Swastiastu. Dear presenters, it's time now. I proudly announce the best paper and the best presenters in this esteemed conference. For the best paper, the affiliation is from Udayana University. Okay, the affiliation is from Udayana University. The title of the paper is The Effect of Destination Image and Trust Towards the Satisfaction and Loyalty of Domestic Tourists Visiting Pandawa Beach in the New Normal Era. The authors are Mahendra Adiwinata and Luh Putu Kartini. Okay, big applause for them. And for the best presenters, is Mr. Regil John Y. Vergara, MISM. With the paper title, Green Practices of Selected Quick Service Restaurant in Cavite, Challenges and Opportunities. Thank you. Om Santi 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 Om.
Ladies and gentlemen, congratulations for our best paper and best presenter of INHEC 2021. Let me inform you, for the best paper and the best presenter will receive 1 stay voucher at Alof Bali, 1 merchandise INHEC, and 1 merchandise from Biznet. And for best presenter, we will receive 1 stay voucher at Alof Bali Seminyak, 1 merchandise INHEC, and 1 Biznet merchandise. Congratulations for our winner. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into our last agenda, is closing of INHEC 2021. We would like to invite Head of Hotel Administration Program, Mr. Igusti Agung Gede Witarsana, SST Par MMCHE, to close this event officially.
Cek. Om Swastiastu. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Salam sejahtera bagi kita semua. Salam, Namo Buddhaya, and good afternoon. It is honor for me to be here in this occasion. His Excellency, the keynote speakers, all the presenters, participants, and the invited people in this conference. First of all, on behalf of management of Bali Tourism Polytechnic, including the committee, in this closing session, we would like to express our deepest gratitude to all of the keynote speakers, participants who are attending this occasion offline and online. And also our partner university, UITM, Cawangan Malacca, LPU, Philippines, and also as a co-host of this event. And also for the sponsor and media partner, and also especially our beloved student from Hotel Administration, Class B 2017. It was amazing arrangement. So within 5 or 10 years, hopefully that you are sitting or standing in the stage as our speakers. And of course also the supervision from the lecturer, Ibu Iren, Ibu Asti, and Pak Dewa. Thank you very much for your time and supervision. We apologize if there is an inconveniences or mistake from us. Hopefully this event give us many benefits, contribution, a new insight or knowledge. As we know that we are facing the uncertainty situation or condition during this pandemic. Looking forward to seeing you again in next or second in Hague conference in near future or next years. In the name of God Almighty, Ida Sang Hyang Widiwasa, I declare this occasion officially closed. Once again, thank you very much. Om Santi, 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 Santi.
Thank you very much, Mr. Agung Witarsana. Ladies and gentlemen, that was the International Entrepreneurship and Innovation Conference 2021. We would like to inform you that our evaluation and presentation link will be closed at 5 p.m. Bali time. Ladies and gentlemen, we would like to use this opportunity to give our thanks to the international partner of University Technology Mara Cawangan Malacca, and also the Lyceum of Philippine University. And for our sponsorship, I Love Bali Seminyak, Omsa Medik, Penom Event Management, Waterbomb Bali, Bakti Villa Ubud, Desri Rumah Kebaya, J4 Hotel Legian, Numadi Hair, Nura Dekorasi, Pramana Experience, PT Bali Agung Water, PT Bali Digital Expert, PT Sentra Retail Indo Dewata, PT Supra Primantara Nusantara, Stala Ubud Bali, Langon Bari Resort and Spa, Ayo Printing Bali, Desri Pai Susu, Fame Hotel Sunset Road, K2 Property, Kagura Authentic Japanese Cushion, Kurnia Floris, EP Depo Gading, Tirta Investama, PT Pusat Aplikasi Premium, Sewa HT Denpasar, Toko WBA dan Warung Ole. And also, we would like to thanks to our media partners that truly support our event. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you very much for your participation in our InHague 2021. We hope we can see you in second of InHague Polytechnic Pariwisata Bali. Thank you very much and good afternoon.
Kopi dodol Thank you, Dr. Irene. Thank you.
Berputar bersama-sama. Lupakanlah, lupakanlah, buatlah hati gembira.
Terima kasih adik-adik S2.
Nona terlena, semua bersukaria dan sama-sama.
Thank you to the chairperson. Hope to see you next year.
Kopi dodol bakpia, onde
Bye-bye.
onde
Bye, everyone.
lumpia, semua tersedia untuk bersama-sama. Nona pun datang menyapa tuan-tuan, semua bersukaria dansa bersama-sama. Goyang kanan dan ke kiri, berputar bersama-sama. Lupakanlah duka lara, buatlah hati gembira. Goyang kanan dan ke kiri, berputar bersama-sama. Lupakanlah duka lara, buatlah hati gembira. Tuan-tuan menggoda, nona-nona terlena, semua bersukaria dansa bersama-sama.
Refocusing.